So, for those of you that came on, as you know, this is going to be a first, and this conference is going to be put out to the world. This is for those people who were dealing with or have a contract with Moore Science Temple, Great Seal, the Washitaw Pawmunkey, or any other organizations out there that, they have a contract with it. They're having issues when it comes to commercial matters and they're not getting any support. I want to give gratitude and appreciation first to the Elder Grey Wolf and his wife Ashira. I think everyone here should give them gratitude and appreciation, because if it weren't for them and the fact that Grey Wolf said he had been speaking to about 25 people from the MSTA/Washitaw Pawmunkey, that this would not have occurred. So for that, I definitely want to give gratitude and appreciation, and everyone else should give them gratitude and appreciation. To your right, might be different on different computers, but you'll see a box that's a chat box. So thus far I can see Grey Wolf, and I'm waiting for other people to come in, and etc. And as they come in, they're going to have that box available for them. So any questions that you might have, Grey Wolf, you can go ahead and start typing. What we generally do is we do a invocation before we start any of the work that we do, whether it's a weekly address or whether it's a training. And this is, of course, to get gratitude, appreciation, and get into the frequency with the ancestors, so to make sure that everything that we're doing is proper, correct, and we're rightly guided. So with that, I'm going to start now with the invocation, and after I do an invocation, Sa'aset Tawret, my mate, is going to do the prayer of Aset for women. So with that, Abdur Kull Shaayuaat biwah Saamus Shil Temt-ta. Anuki Kull fi istafbad Shil Temt-ta. Wa Kull istafbad Shil Temt-ta kalun karnuk. Has'a Anuki wah kar Temt-ta. Wa has'a Temt-ta kalun wah karnuk. Has'a Anuki Kull dik. Nuk ahtigu kar Temt-ta. Wa has'a nuk ahtigu kalun li kawun kar Temt-ta. Has'a Anuki najuhat kar Temt-ta. Wa has'a Temt-ta kalun najuhat karnuk. Has'a Anuki da'iman kar Temt-ta. Wa has'a Temt-ta kalun da'iman karnuk. Has'a Temt-ta kalun Anuki. Has'a Temt-ta yakul nuk aikilu. Has'a Temt-ta dura nuk abmilu. Kawunfin, kawunfin, kawunfin. On, on, on. Amun-Re, Amun-Re, Amun-Re. So now Sa'aset Tawret will do the prayer of Aset for women.
Rawat ila Antutin. Greetings to you all. Temt-ta. Tafalat Shila Set Lianusha. Neteru. Ind Rahum Alani. Saru. Ind Rahum Alani. Neb. Ind Rahum Alani. Aset Samukni. Haru. Bihimudaus Samukni. Re. Awulid Shalan. Ind Rahum Alani. Haru. Walud Shil El Raruhat. Shil El Dunyam. Ind Rahum Alani. Aset. Wulidat Shil El Raruhat. Ind Rahum Alani. Gadush Taluth. Ind Rahum Alani. Gadush Aset. Gadush Wulidat Shil Haru. Gadush Bathulat. Shil Bathulat. Wulidat Shil Haru. Wulidat Shil Hadus Naum, Wulidat Khalub Khalus, Wulidat Khalub Raduf, Wulidat Bazuh, Wulidat Gur Hatuk, Wulidat Khalub Akubut, Wulidat Khalub Khabub, Wulidat Shil Taub Yaus, Wulidat Shil Haru, Wulidat Shil Raruhat, Bathwu Khalub Akful, Bathwu Khalub Wakurbut, Bathwu Khalub Murburifa, Bathwu Khalub Gadurmul, Bathwu Khalub Rahumul, Bathwu Khalub Amun-Mul, Maruk Shil Abdul-Duk, Rushil Hakumdum, Sabub Shil Mafurna, Nafuslaw Atud Shil Sharuf, Atud Shil Istakram, Atud Shil Mauti, Ajuzna Uludatuk, Na Nehua Int Ya Aset, Yashubal Sahut, Shil Gisum Wa Rawo, Wa Biwasati El Bahuas Tasudin Shil El Hadus, Na Nehua Daluk Sa Udis. Kawanfin, 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 on, Amun, Amun, Rawat ila entertain, Abud Gador, white power, white power, white power. Tauhat.
Tauhat Sa.
Shaayuaat.
All right, so for everybody to know, what I'm going to do here is I'm in Facebook right now, so I'm going to put the link here. So here, what we're going to do here is let me know. You all should be able to see my screen now. It should be coming up in a few seconds here. And you should see me on, you should be able to see my screen on Facebook now. All right, so you're going to see me typing. And this is on now. Here's the link to get in. Here's the link to get in. All right, just give me 1 second here. All right. All right, so if those of you that's on Facebook that you know some people who might want to get in, they can go right ahead. And here's the link. They can get in right now. All right, so without further ado, I just want to do one thing real quick here, and then we'll start with the questions. Again, just to reiterate, this is for those who have contracts with the Moor Science Temple, Great Seal, Washitaw, the Dugdamaldia, Washitaw Pawmunkey. This is to assist you all, and we're going to go through step by step in how to get that contract, get out of that fraudulent contract with them. They're all dealing in commerce. They're all dealing in contracts. And again, it would be a different thing. We wouldn't be having this if I wasn't getting so many phone calls from people from those organizations about the legal problems they're having. If it weren't for that, we're doing, what Atsakata does. However, because of this occurring, obviously there's a problem, especially when these men are asked, and women, because there's women involved in this too, they're asked to address, right, actually, let's see, do we want to use the word address? No, they're asked to explain and resolve these issues that people are getting in because of what's happening, and they feel they don't have to have any responsibility. So this is the reason for that. And as a reminder for those that don't know, this is going to be a precedent in that this is happening. I'm going to be going back and forth between Facebook, in and out. Those people, I can see Grey Wolf and Ann right now. Everybody else, if you have a question regarding the topic, which is dealing specifically with Moor Science Temple, their doctrine, Washitaw, etc., and there's no restrictions either. Those who had previous contracts, Rahua, Aaron, I see you. Those are the individuals that I want for you all to this is the time to talk about it. Since you can't go to the temples and ask them a straight question, these grand sheiks, grand sheikesses, adepts, all of a sudden they don't know nothing, or they'll say, well, just keep studying, just keep studying. All right, so with that, I can see Grey Wolf, Ann, and Aaron. There's still room for about 2 more. Everyone else, if you have a question, please put it in the chat box. So Grey Wolf, let's do this. I can't hear you. Yeah, check your mic. Yeah, it says your microphone is on. Yeah, your mic's on, so just check the volume on your side. Ann, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I had just got the text and I was like, uh-oh, somebody else got in trouble.
Quite a few.
Hey.
Quite a few.
Mm-mm.
Can you see the chat box there, Grey Wolf? Because it was interesting, because when I got in, we said greetings and we heard each other. So just check to make sure you did not turn your volume down. Anna, can you hear me? Because I can't hear you at okay.
Is this screen frozen?
No, his screen's not frozen. Something's going on with his volume, so he may have turned his volume down. So that's why I told him to check his volume. And same thing with Ann. Ann said she can hear me. I spoke with her just before, as I was sending out the links. So she said she can hear me. So, so Ann, go ahead and check your volume. Go ahead and put your questions in. Oh, you're not muted. Okay, something's going on with your with your volume. Go ahead and type your question in the chat box, Ann. And Grey Wolf, you go ahead and do the same while you're working on that volume. Okay, Ann, why is it so important to fill out the SF-181? Okay, Ann, did you listen to weekly address number 47 at all? Okay. So the reason for so if you listen to weekly address 47, I spent an hour talking with the sister who used to be DJ in the radio business, and she had asked a question, asking for those who may not have. Well, here, one thing you're going to learn on this level, Ann, is you can't ask a question for those who may not have. This is a whole different level. People who are interested have to ask the question, because you might do that, and if you volunteer and tell people, they'll end up cussing you out. Because now you've told them the truth, you've taken their ability to have a scapegoat away, because now they don't have anybody to blame but themselves. So now and it's the same thing that I state with everybody. If you have somebody is, venting to you, and they say, what can we do about this? This is wrong. And you say, well, do you really want a solution? If they say yes, then you go ahead, because now you can't get blamed for that because they asked. If they don't ask, then there's no responsibility. Now, you can make a decision and assess a situation and volunteer or say, hey, you need to know this. That's different. But generally speaking, you want to get people to be committed. People are very committed to their enslavement and not committed to freedom. Let me say that again. People are very committed to their enslavement. They are not as committed to their freedom. People will freeze, sleep outside, camp outside to get either the next pair of Jordans, tickets to the next Beyonce concert. Ask them to do that now for freedom, and they don't want to do that. Yes, the SF-181 is a federal form. I'm going to show you it here on the screen. So this is a good, that's why I like this, so y'all can see what's happening here. So now when I click here, you're going to see the link. This is the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System. Now here it describes categories in 1997 by the Office of Management and Budget that are used to describe groups to which individuals belong, identify with, or belong in the eyes of the community. Here's the link in case you don't have it. I'm putting it here in the chat. All right, so Grey Wolf, and you double click on that, bookmark it, save it. So where are we at? The categories do not denote scientific definition of anthropological origins. They're not talking about skin color. The designations are used to categorize U.S. citizens, which are corporations, resident aliens, which are also corporations, and other eligible non-citizens, which can be corporations and flesh and blood. So, when we go down to the definition of black, a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. Are there any black racial groups of Africa, Ann? You put your answer in and I'll continue. White, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. So, anyone calling themselves black or African American is basically saying they belong to a group of people that have no origin, because there are no black racial groups of Africa. Okay, I see, and you say no. So a person who is white, having origins in the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Europe was named after an Ethiopian princess named Europa. The Middle East, we know where that is. And North Africa. So the reason why SF-181 is important to fill out, and is you are on contract. And this is where it's always humorous when you hear people who say they're black conscious say you don't need no white man's forms to get your freedom. I said, well, if that's the case, I go straight to the lowest common denominator that is acting like the foundation. Then if they believe that, then take all those Federal Reserve notes in your pocket, rip it up, or give it to somebody. They won't do that. So if you're not going to do that, you're on contract. If you're not a secure party, you're on contract. If you have not claimed your indigenous standing, meaning that, okay, I got to participate in your fraudulent economic system, but I do so under the law of necessity and not waiving any of my rights. You understand? So this is imperative, because the SF-181 form, I'm just going to click on it so you can see it here. This falls underneath the Office of Management and Budget, and the Office of Management and Budget is connected to the Treasury. Now, according to Moore's Science Temple Doctrine, they state that Frank Louis L. Bey was the one who perfected the vast estate trust that was created by Noble Drew Ali. So with that, that's commerce. That's contract. So because of the bankruptcy of the United States back in 1933, and that was on June 5th, I'm going to click on it so you can see right here. I was at the first meeting of the Moors actually back in 2005. Africa Bambaataa Bey was the one who put that together on 125th Street. That was the very first one. That's the same time the video of me in Harlem was put out, because I came up for that meeting. So it is an established fact that the United States federal government has been dissolved by the Emergency Banking Act, March 9, 1933, 48 Statute, Public Law 89-719, declared by President Roosevelt, being bankrupt and insolvent, H.R. 192, 73rd Congress, M. Session, June 5, 1933. Joint resolution to suspend the gold standard and abrogate the gold clause dissolved the sovereign authority of the United States and the official capacities of all United States governmental officers and departments, as is further evidence that the United States federal government exists today in name only. All right, so you with me, Ann? Just type in there. Let's see what the next thing we want to do. Okay, United States is a corporation. So if you Google United States is a corporation, what you're going to get here, okay, first is the legal definition of the United States. So this is Title U.S. Code 28 U.S.C. Section 3002, Paragraph 15A. United States means a federal corporation. You see that, Ann? All right, so knowing this, let's take this further. What is a corporation? A company or group of people authorized to act as a single entity, legally a person and recognized as such in law. So when we say black has no standing at law, some people are saying in law. No, at law. At means by or near the law. That's why you have attorneys that will say they are an attorney at law, not in law. So a corporation is a legal entity that is separate and distinct from its owners. Corporations enjoy most of the rights and responsibilities that an individual possesses. That is, a corporation has the right to enter into contracts, loan and borrow money, sue and be sued, hire employees, own assets, and pay taxes. Now, when you get back to the Constitution that the MSTA, Great Seal, and the rest keep harping and trying to say is of use, it says Indians are not taxed in the first article. So unless they're saying they are a Moor, and I didn't say, and I'm saying that for a reason, Moor or Native American, based on the Constitution, you can't be taxed. But they call themselves Moorish American instead of Moor American. Like Mu, Lemuria, Atlantis. So now, when we go further, we got what is a corporation, we got definition of the United States. Okay, now here we have United States corporate search US SEC. Let's see what comes up. See, a lot of what's happening is before we can get to the crux, and I'm giving you the definitions, because at a certain point it can become confusing if it's not specified. Okay, so let's see what we got here. In the corporate search, United States. This is for Department of Divisions. Where is this? Oh no, this is New York State. I don't want New York State. Okay, SEC. We'll click on that. Okay, so United States. Or do we have to go to Edgar? Let's see, who's the better one to use for this? I know, I will use my Vatican treaties. So as that's loading up, everything is operating corporately, and this is what a lot of people have, not been, Vatican treaties. A lot of people have been ignoring the fact that they are looked upon as a corporation. So as such, they are contracting accordingly. Let's see, which one is this here? Okay, here's my Vatican Holy See treaties. They always do this, and they'll let the bootleg ones come up, and then when mine is, they won't put. Okay, let me try this one here. Okay, this should be it here. Okay, so in here, this is the treaties that I put up. I'm going to put it here in the chat and Grey Wolf. So here it is. This is a treatise that I did up. This is used for, anyone calling themselves a Toxins can utilize it as an exhibit. Most people don't, because they're not reading what I've put out. You need to read to get a full comprehension. So I'm going to go down to the part where it talks about United States. We saw United States was a federal corporation, and now we're going to go into the United States of America. Or is the Atlan Treaty? No, this should be Vatican Treaty, should be in here. Oh, I know where I got to go. Our Constitution. Yes. Yes, why Constitution? Okay, that's where I have it in. So in our Constitution, what we'll have here is, this is going to, I'll be able to show you okay, this is just a lien on the Vatican. We'll get to that later on. Okay. Okay, let's see. Constitution. Let's see, I think this is the link here. Oh, this is my, just bear with me 1 second here. Let's see, where did I put that here? Okay, this is loading up. Either that or I'll have to sign into my scribe.com account. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. Actually, I'm supposed to have it bookmarked. Just bear with me right here. Let me check my bookmarks. Okay, here it is. So here's the link for our Constitution. So as we're going there, and what you're going to see here is the corporate registration of the United States of America. Now there's a difference between the United States and the United States of America. So when all these Moors put "I am a citizen of the U.S. of A." on their nationality card, they are admitting they are chattel property of the Vatican. The Queen happens to be the manager. The Vatican is the ultimate owner. And of course, we all know the controller is the Jesuits. Okay, that's our language, Yamasic. That's it right there. I'm just going to go back here. Okay, Bankruptcy of the United States. Okay, where are we hiding? There. Okay. So here we are. The USA is a nonprofit religious corporation. The IRS, CIA, Federal Reserve, and Social Security are also corporations. Now we already know what the definition of a corporation is. It's a fictitious entity. So now the USA, going down here, where is it here? Okay, still think you're free? Still think all you have to do is vote the incumbent out of office and everything will automatically return to normal? It's too late. Protesting, voting, or laughably letters to the editor won't change anything. Look at the corporate info I found at the Delaware Secretary of State website. So when you go down, you see the IRS, a general Delaware corporation. Now when you register a corporation in Delaware, you don't have to have the owners, they don't have to be listed who the owners are. So that goes back to your previous question, Ann, about who are the owners. Once you put it in Delaware, they don't have to be made public. That can remain hidden. Same thing for the Federal Reserve and same thing for the CIA. Now, as we go down, we're going to see United States of America, Inc., Nonprofit Delaware Corporation, incorporation date 4/1989, and this is their file number, 219-3946. There was something else I was looking for. Let's see, where is it here? Okay, the receivers of the United States bankruptcy are the international bankers via the United Nations, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. All United States offices, officials, and departments are now operating within a de facto status in name only under emergency war powers, with the constitutional Republican form of government now dissolved. The receivers of the bankruptcy have adopted a new form of government for the United States. This new form of government is known as democracy, being an established socialist communist order under a new governor for America. This act was instituted and established by transferring and/or placing the office of the Secretary of Treasury to that of the governor of the International Monetary Fund. Public Law 94-564, page 8, section HR 13955 reads in part, the U.S. Secretary of Treasury receives no compensation for representing the United States. So this is all corporate N. So when, let's see if we can find one here, and I shouldn't have a problem, if I Google Moorish Science Temple Nationality Card. And if I go into Google Images, we click on that, and let's see if we can get a nice one that's a real big one. Okay. This is your nationality and identification card for the Moorish Science Temple of America and birthrights for the Moorish Americans, etc. We honor all the divine prophets, Jesus, Mohammed, Buddha, and Confucius. May the blessings of the God of our Father, Allah, be upon you that carry this card. I do hereby declare that you are a Muslim under the divine laws of the Holy Quran of Mecca. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. I am a citizen of the USA. Okay. Citizen goes back to Rome. Citizen deals with Roman. That means if you're holding that card, you're saying you are underneath the Vatican and you're their property. You understand that, Anne? So this creates an issue now, because if that's what they're saying, we know the USA is a religious nonprofit corporation. The United States is a federal corporation. Everything operates corporately. That would mean that any Moor saying, holding these nationality cards, saying they are a citizen of the USA, they're going contrary to what? The Constitution. You understand that, Ann? So now, there is a problem here. I am a citizen of the USA, and we know it's a religious corporation. And I'm deliberately saying this again to impress upon the fact that when these Moors are carrying these so-called nationality and identification cards, the nationality identification, that's why they say don't flash it, because it's what? It has no value. It doesn't prove anything. Now, here, let's go to Dred Scott. Now we're going to connect that to Dred Scott. And once Google will pull up, and you can go on Wikipedia as well. So when you read Dred Scott says that no descendant of Africans can be a citizen of the United States of America. This is a case that has not been overturned. So again, how is it that the Moors from the Moor Science Temple who are giving these nationality cards out are not aware of this? You understand? And you see how long it's taking for this to get to the Dred Scott decision? Why is it taking so long? We already know the answer to that. This should have already came up. Let me see. Let me try something here. So you see the contradiction, and to say I am a citizen of the USA, but then the Dred Scott's decision says no descendant of Africans can be a citizen of the United States of America. So that means that this nationality card that you're looking at is a bunch of garbage. And then they're telling people to go into court and talk about the Constitution, and then what happens? They get their butt handed to them, the judges laugh them out, or they tell them, one more outburst like that about the Constitution, I'm going to hold you in contempt. So with all the contracts for the adhesions, meaning driver's licenses, social security numbers, you're already agreeing to be dead. You follow that, Ann? Go on. So people that, okay, go ahead, put your question in, Ann. I'll let you catch up. I'll just go up here and make sure I didn't miss if Grey Wolf had a question, so I didn't miss his question. Okay, who is its owners? International bankers. I just read that. Oh, I think that we were just scrolling up before. Yeah, I'm just scrolling up your old ones. Okay, so, wow, okay. Okay, I'm just looking at your comments, Ann. Okay, so our citizen cannot use the U.S. Constitution. Okay, so people that are U.S. citizens cannot use the Constitution. One of the stipulations, you got to be party to the contract or a descendant of those that's party to that contract. That's the first thing. And if one calls himself a citizen, that goes back to Roman law. This is why Amorites who are trying to call themselves Native Americans are realizing the situation and the problem that they have, because if they want to, they want to claim they're indigenous, yet they can't say it because that puts them in deep water, literally. because a U.S. citizen, an individual who is a citizen is agreeing to contract under the federal corporation. And now, to full see, look how long this has been. We still ain't got the Dred Scott. Interesting, isn't it? So now, what we're going to do here is I'm going to go to, let's see, New York State. State admits it only deals with fictions. And for those of you that have came in, Rahuat Ila Antutin, y'all can take that link that you had and you can put it in Facebook. Because this is a precedent in that nobody, I'm going to just share it on weekly address. I know Tarhaka has done that already, so much appreciated, Tarhaka. I'm going to put it on daily postings, daily news postings. I'm going to put it on Atlan. I'm going to put it on Original White People. I'm going to put it on all of this because we're going to put this to rest. All these charlatans were walking around on Turtle Island, damaging people with this fraud, and then when they're asked a straight-up question they can't answer, they want to start using gigantic words that they know you can't comprehend to confuse you, to make it seem, well, he's talking intelligent. I don't know what he just said, so I don't want to ask because I don't want to look stupid. That's part of the game. Let's see. Okay, where were we at here? New York State. Okay, hold on. I'll do it the other way. State of New York. State of New York admits it can only deal with fictions. This was a picture of album that I had put up on the internet, and it was we were getting searches on it, and it's interesting how it's not here. So I'll just go back here. I will go to my, paste this here, put that there. I'll go to the album directly. As the saying goes, always go to the source. Okay. Okay, where are we at here? Okay, here it is. So I'm going to put this link here in the chat. You should be able to get this and at least see it, even if you're not in Facebook. And this is, like I said, that's why I'm done. This is something that's rare, in that I'm opening this up to deal with this and get this over with. So I know Sabir Bey will be online, Taj, Ali Muhammad, all these guys will be online. They're not talking about the most important stuff that can get real solutions. They're talking all that illusionary stuff. All right, so here it is. The state of New York deals with fictitious names only, which means, and they can only deal with fictions. This is a precedent and proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that states, countries are in fact corporations and can only deal with fictions, dead people, and cannot deal with the living flesh and blood. So, and this is to let you know that old saying, the dead can only speak to the dead. The dead cannot speak to the living. So anything that you get from a corporation is a dead entity. So for lack of a better word, if this was an ID card, this is represent, you're the flesh. They're saying, are you this? That means you're putting your 3 dimension into the 1 dimension and automatically assume jurisdiction over you. You get that? You get that, Ann? So, since New York is the capital of the world, if you've got a problem with New York City being the capital of the world, take it up with the Pope. This is what Mayor Giuliani had said. So now when we get down to the actual pictures, I want to get to the ones with the highlight. Just give me a second here. Okay. Now, a fictitious name must be used when the actual name of a foreign entity is unavailable for use in New York State. The entity must use the fictitious name when conducting its activities or business in New York State. That means the state of Illinois is a fiction. The state of New Jersey is a fiction. The state of New York is a fiction. The state of Maryland, the state of Ohio, the state of California, Texas, they're all fictions. And since there's companies that are in, for example, Illinois that do business in New York and vice versa, they must be dead. You comprehend that, Ann? So when we say indigenous standing, meaning you are standing on the land. That's why one of the keys here is bringing up the fact of the fraud that has been committed against you. Due to, hold on one second here, I'm just going to do this search, due to the fraud committed by Taj Tarik Bey. And let's see, where are we at here? Let me see if this is here. Yeah, I'm just clicking on this to find this article here. I know what I'll do. I got it here on this one. Due to the fraud, okay, affidavit to draft. To draft. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Okay, this should be the link that I'm looking for. Yep, this is it. All right, so getting back, while that's loading, so Ann, what we have here is a situation where it's all fictitious from start to finish. I don't care what they say about having a nationality card from whether it's Moorish Science Temple or what have you. If you're doing business with them and you haven't put a stipulation in there that you are not chattel, it's going to be assumed that you are chattel because, as they say, the law abounds in fiction. So the purpose of the SF-181 is to, because the SF-181 is a very incriminating document against the United States corporation. Most people don't know that. That's why all the top dogs like Taj and Pleasant Bay, they're not talking about that form, because that form shows that this system, this entire system, is utilizing the Melaninites very similar to the movie The Matrix. And at the moment that you do that SF-181, yes, you still got to do commerce. It's maritime. However, you're not going to be susceptible to them pulling you in to extort energy. The bottom line is they're going to extort energy from you. That's the bottom line. And you see, every time I always try to do stuff, and it's always taken a year and a day for stuff to load up. Every time it's always Moorish Science Temple and Great Seal, and I'm about to smack that behind. All of a sudden, I start getting delays and stuff. All right. So just bear with me a second as this comes up, if it comes up. Listen, did Dred Scott ever come up? Okay, Dred Scott finally came up. Okay. Now, here we go. Legal case in which the U.S. Supreme Court on March 6, 1857 ruled 7-2 that a slave, Dred Scott, who had resided in a free state and territory where slavery was prohibited, was not thereby entitled to his freedom, that African Americans were not and could never be citizens of the United States. That decision has never been overturned. Okay, so I'm seeing your question here, Ann. So you are still a part of the system, but you are not chattel anymore? No, you're not part of the system. You're utilizing that. You look at it this way. When a movie star who has a different name is famous, they'll say, well, that's their stage name, but this is their real name. They can't deal with you directly. That's why they want you to get what? An attorney. Because the attorney is the one that can go from the real world into the fiction world. If you try to talk directly, they don't want to do that, because their thing is, well, you're real and we're not set up to deal with flesh and blood. We're set up to deal with corporations. So what it is you have been put under what's called the law of necessity. You have been forced to participate in this debt-based economy and this debt-based system. So because of that, you have rights in accord with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that if you want to participate in affairs of the state to vote, you can. However, let you know, when you go to vote, you sign that contract, you're agreeing to give all your property over to the state. They're not telling you that. That's why do you think all these preachers, anytime something happens, a Nubian gets shot, the preacher goes down, the first thing they start telling y'all, let's go out and register to vote. Let's get all these people registered to vote. All those Nubians are putting their property over to the state. You think Al Sharpton don't know that? Of course he does, because he got a 501c3, which means he's basically acting as a tax collector to the IRS. So what's so ironic is Jesus was the one that was going against the system. But he stated, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, render unto the Lord what is the Lord's. All right, so let's see, where is it here? I think this is the link. Okay, I think this is the one here. Let me just check to make sure. This is just a brother. He ended up joining Atsikata Nation when he realized the fraud that was being done against him. That's not the link I'm looking for. Let me see if this is it. This is the one. Okay. Due to the fraud committed by Taj Tarik Khatib Bey, Great Seal, MSTA, MSTA INC, MNRS, Moorish Holy Temple of Science, below a template of affidavits to draft Taj Tarik Bey, MSTA INC, MSTA, MNRS, Great Seal, Moorish Holy Temple of Science. This also includes RV Bey. Here's the template and actual affidavit to give you an idea of how to do an affidavit. If you have any questions, let me know. Beneath the template is an actual affidavit sent to Great Seal, registered mail, so you know how an affidavit is done and how it is structured. A lot of times, all these guys are supposedly, like Taj is supposed to be such a master, you ain't never seen who he helped. You haven't seen no credentials. You haven't seen any CV, curriculum vitae. You haven't seen any record of anybody saying, oh, I appreciate Taj for helping me with this case. You don't see any of that at all. So, what's interesting about this was an event they had back in 2014. And if you notice, they put 5-pointed stars around this, you know, to look at like a design, you know, so it looks nice. Under Admiralty Maritime Law, anything in an enclosed area cannot be considered. So this picture with the Prophet Noble Drali in an enclosed area means there's nothing here. So as we scroll down, this is just the blank template itself. That's why when you see anything on the internet with a blank template but no actual one done, don't trust it. Let that individual put their name, their reputation, put it all on the line. And if they're not going to do it, don't trust them. And if you still go ahead and do it afterward, then you're fully responsible if it doesn't work out. And just going back, so you always have affidavit of facts, your initial statement here. Then list as many facts as you want, your conclusion, and you must have relief sought. Okay, somebody's got to turn down. Somebody's got to turn down their microphone. All right, Nancy, I muted your mic. All right, so relief sought. Because you have to seek relief. It's called failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. So you must state a claim. And then, of course, you'll have your jurat, sign it, ID, get it notarized. That's just the template. So now, when we go further down, this was a brother, Anthony Silver Bey in Baltimore, who went and did this affidavit. And as you can see, this was an affidavit he did to Great Seal Moorish Affairs. And then when you go to the end, he lists all his facts. All right. When you see, as you go down here, I'll put this here in the chat. Jurat-an is the jurisdiction of the document. So when you see a lot of those documents on the internet that say, okay, they've done the jurat under the New Jersey Republic or the Maryland Republic, they're trying to make it seem they're going to the Constitution. That wouldn't be so bad except for one thing. The notary is for the state of Maryland, not the Maryland Republic. So by doing that, again, you're showing you're under jurisdiction. If you don't even put all rights reserved or without prejudice, then you're consenting to be underneath that. All right, so here's what you have, and then he told them to CC RV Bey, Moorish National Public Record, etc. Here's his receipt. This was 07 of 14. And he sent it to Great Seal National Association. Now, what's happening is with, for those of you that, whether it's Great Seal or MSTA, they are not, or RV Bey, will not forget them, they don't, they're not accepting registered mail. And I could see why they would want to do that. As an agent, you definitely don't want to be leaving no tracks. And I say that with all seriousness. They are agents. My definition of an agent is someone that is against something that's positive, progressive, and agreeable. Somebody that is an obstructor, even a provocateur. Then you get into U.S. government agent. So you could have people who are just disagreeable, but they don't have to necessarily be a U.S. government agent. However, at this stage of the game, this is what it's looking like. So I'm going to go to RV Bey Publications here. I want to show you all something as soon as it comes up. When they have that document that they, a lot of people have gotten in trouble for that. Let me see. Where are you hiding here? Rights of Freedom, Public Records. Okay, I think this is the one here. Nationality Identification Card. Okay, now here's where they have Rights of Indigenous People. Now, if they're going to do international law, RV Bey, do it right at least. Stop BSing and quit half-stepping and quit being shortcutting. The average person, when they see Rights of Indigenous People, they don't know it's the United Nations International Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The acronym is UNDRIP. So do UNDRIP on that, but they can't do it because what are they? A corporation under the United States. So that's considered what? A traverse. So you can't contract with a corporation and then still say that you are organic and you're doing everything like in Moorish Science Temple is what? Dun & Bradstreet, RV Bey, Dun & Bradstreet. That's a bond rating agency. If you have a social security number or driver's license, passport, or anything, and you haven't put any amendments or anything on those contracts, you're the dead person. So there's a part here regarding about how they don't want people, when they send the document, they want you to don't send it, they tell you don't send it by registered mail. Now you see again, this is how you know they're covering stuff up. In the Rights of Indigenous People, why are they not saying UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, because they are domestic. You getting that? Yeah, and most of my learning came from this site. Well, you can thank them for that as well, for the damage, because they're still not getting to the meat and potatoes here. Where are we at here? I want to really find that part there in their site where it talks about, where is it here? Nationality card test, cover letter. Okay, this is it. Okay, download proclamation. Where is it? Okay. Now here is where the problem comes in, and this is all suspect. That's why I don't care. I call them agents straight up. They haven't disputed anything that I've said about that. So it says, do not email documents. They must be processed via hard copy. Do not alter the proclamations. This if for unification, documents contain all needed for lawful notice. Do not fold proclamations. Do not sign in black or blue ink or any other color. Sign in red ink only. Do not send mail requiring signature receipt. If you send mail requiring signature, it will be returned to you undelivered. But you're telling me do not send registered mail. So if you're using the postal system, which is corporate, and where's their address? Care of, check this out, 141 Weston Street, number 1145, Hartford, Connecticut, 06143. Now, if it's a post office box location or what's they called, mailboxes, etc., then fine. If it's a physical location, care of, you notice they ain't even put any that they're on the land. So the fact that they don't want to sign for anything is a major red flag about them not wanting to have any liability for damaging people. So they're trying to say they're not doing commerce? Please. Marcella, we'll go on computer, tried my phone, but volume is excessively low, just came in from work, okay? And, how do I do amendments of these documents? You don't do any amendments of these documents. You do the affidavit that I just showed you over here, and I'm going to put this here. This is an affidavit, and the one that was pertaining to due to the fraud committed by Taj Tarik. You can do the affidavit up, send it to me, I'll proof it, not a problem. Go get it notarized. Once I'll show you how to hook it up properly with the attachments, and send all that garbage from the Moorish Science Temple or Great Seal or MNRS back to them. Registered mail. And if they dishonor it by saying return to sender, that is considered a commercial dishonor. Now, I want Aaron, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Aaron, can you just explain to those people you used to be dealing with MSTA and explain your process and explain to where you're at now from where you were back then?
Oh my God. Yeah.
It's time to put them on blast. It's time to put them on blast.
Yeah. The finishing result is I got a lien on them for $36 billion.
Let some people don't know, please say it again because it went out.
Oh, okay. For those who don't know, I have a lien on Harvey Bay and Great Seal for $36 billion. That's the finishing result.
And tell them what you did first.
Okay.
You don't have to get into detail, but I'm just explaining to them from the time you did the affidavit, they never responded to anything.
Yeah, okay, this is what I did. I saw what Anthony Bey did because I found out just after they had did the, when they went to go interview Taj with the audio, when Taj took his fez off and wiped his brow. Following that, that's when I found out. Somebody told me. And I was like, when I found out this was fraud, I said, let me prove it and test it myself. I drafted an affidavit, and I said to myself, I hadn't even talked to the chief yet. I hadn't talked to him till like the following year. So when I sent the affidavit off, they didn't respond. I decided, I said, I'm going to send it to both addresses. I'm going to send it to Grace Seal's address, which is in Connecticut, and I'm going to send it to R.V. Bay address, which is in New Jersey. When I did the research, Grace Seal, it doesn't really exist. And then R.V. Bay is on Dun and Bradstreet, but they don't have a charter in the state of New Jersey. So how are you doing business in New Jersey and you don't have a charter with the state? So that's fraud, you know. So when I saw that, oh, they not only is it fraud, they don't have a constitution or charter. They didn't show us none of that stuff. And that's another way of even getting out of paying state taxes, because they're not registered even in the state. And so I drafted them for affidavit, and I sent it to Connecticut first. They sent a return to sender. So that was an automatic commercial dishonor on Grace Seal. And I said, let me send the R.V. Bay too, just to make sure. And they accepted it, and they ain't say nothing. And I sent a default in commercial dishonor. She accepted the R.V. Bay, and they ain't say anything. Well, what I didn't do the first time around is I didn't perfect it. So I perfected it this time around, and I did an amendment to certificate of commercial dishonor and did the lien, and they still ain't said nothing. So that's pretty much it.
So this is what you, great, Aaron, and this is what, because Aaron's done it, so he can relate to those coming from the Moore Science Temple angle.
Mm-hmm.
The thing, yes, go ahead, Aaron.
Oh yeah, I was also was going to say is because when I did the when I published it, the first documents, a lot of people, R.V. Bay, they went on their blog talk show and they talked about me, but they never said my name. And because I didn't know they was doing this, and another brother who was in the meetings with me had called me and told me, and we was listening live. And I was like, oh man, this is crazy. When we tried to call in, they was blocking all calls from coming in. So-called dragging in the mud. That's when I called the Moroccan embassy. And you can go back, and that's when I met you. Now, when I sent you the audio through Skype, that's when they was like, oh man, that's when I really was getting a lot of calls about this fraud, how to do it, and all that kind of stuff. And I was telling them I learned all this from you. So, you know, and when I called the Moroccan embassy, I tried to make the distinction between ancient Morocco in the day and how does that apply to Moorish Americans, because I asked them about citizenship, and I was also asking them about the flag. So that's how all that came about, and this is what it is. But I saw so much stuff while I was there, it was ridiculous. I saw when the brother who sat on the house for $5 million, I saw him when he was in court, when we were on recess. He called Sister Ross, and they wouldn't answer his phone call, but he asked to use my cell phone, and because they don't know my cell phone number at the time, when he called them, right when they was about to sentence him, they told him this, that, and the third, and lo and behold, they sentenced him. He wound up going to jail. He's doing 10 years right now, from what I understand. Him and the girl that he was with, his girlfriend. So I saw a lot of that stuff, what was going on. And when I saw him call him and they wouldn't answer his phone, I knew that. I was like, man, when the chief exposed them, that's when it all hit home to me. I said, yeah, I just remember all the stuff that they was going through. I remember the stuff I went through. It was crazy. I wound up doing 3 days solitary confinement because of and nobody come pick me up. I had to walk home 15 miles in the heat of cold. It was close to 0 degrees at the time. Walk back home. Ain't nobody come get me nothing. So I know they fraud. And I stepped away for a second because we brought all their books. And see, this is one of the books Taj was making. See, and it matches with their site. It says Rights of Indigenous People. but that's not international United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. And the articles are like slightly off from the ones that I got. See? And here is the one that's actually the true one, which is right here. So this is the one that Taj made. Well, see, here's his name is on it right here. I don't know if y'all can see that. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, could see it.
Yeah. See, that's the difference. And they try to match the colors. And now here's the real one right here. See, that's the real one right there. Everybody know about this one. And it's supposed to be International Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. It doesn't have the United Nations seal on it or the logo. See? So it affirms what the chief been saying. They're domestic.
And it's in a box. So that means
Yep.
It's nothing there. It's under the maritime law. Because remember, Taj put out a document. I got the email right here. I will read that later on and show everybody on the screen. From what are these guys? From the Sheikh of Mexamurs out of Philadelphia. And in there, they were talking about, because I got on the guy, I got the printout here, where Taj is considered an international law consul. So now how can Taj Tarik Bey be an international law consul and not know under maritime law anything in an enclosed area cannot be considered, and then publishes a book with it in a box? That's the height of stupidity. Then when he got caught lying, saying he's working with Atsikata Nation, the Yamasee Moors, he said, oh, stop, please stop, come on. I work with them too. I work with them too. That's why, like I said, there's a reason why the audio, and I know what the intent was, to switch it on me so y'all could hear. They tried that yesterday with Group 2, where everybody could hear each other, but they couldn't hear me. So I knew that was because of what was going to happen today. So now Grey Wolf, I walked in, Grey Wolf could hear me. I heard him. Now all of a sudden his volume's not working. No, I just see your lips moving. You're going to have to type. I can't hear anything that you're saying, Grey Wolf. So type in the chat. That's how we're going to, either that or email me your question, because I'm going to go back and forth, check my emails as well. So I'm going in I have multiple tabs and whatnot open. So this is just to let everybody know from the Moor Science Temple, Great Seal, etc. You all get in trouble, they're not coming to help you. They're not.
I'm sorry, Chief. I just saw Ann said, was that for me or for you? She said,
I think she was asking you, how, what has changed for you now?
Oh, everything has changed for me. I claim my indigenous standing. I'm a secure party now. I have a lien on Prince George's County government. It has changed. It's put me on a whole nother level since I've been with Asakata and the Chief. So it's like it's through the roof right now. It's off the chain. That's all I can say. I'm happy where I'm at. I'm not content. I'm still hungry. I'm gonna stay hungry. I just did a plate today. Now I did 2 plates today. So, hey, it's going down. It's going down. My complaint, my second complaint is just about done. I'm gonna be sending it out Saturday.
All right.
Night. It's going down. It's going down. Everything's going good.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yep.
So, yeah, so Grey Wolf, the only thing, can you hear me at all, Grey Wolf? Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, so that's a technical issue. So if your microphone is up, If you can hear me, but you can't speak, that's them on the line. Is Ashira there? Yes, I want Ashira. I want her to type in. What she can do is type in, send me an email on what happened with her calling Taj, and give me that, and then I can show everybody. So tell her to go ahead and email that to me. Take as much time as she needs. I'm giving all the time now, but I want her to type that out, email it to me, because when we put this up, this is going to put Taj, Pleasant Bay, the rest of these clowns on notice to quit playing around on Turtle Island. They're going to find themselves floating out there in the middle of the Atlantic. Because when he hung up on her, I thought that was a joke, that, you know, that she just got that. Exactly. So I need her to do that, so when this recording is done, we're going to make this available to everybody on Tiamat. So Taj, he only got two choices. Either stay in the hole that you're in and don't come out. Don't be doing videos in the car, looking around, right? Don't be going to Blacks and Nobles in Philly wearing a bucket cap like you trying to hide. I see all of that. People think I have no clue. I know it. I could tell people what's going on in their own city and they don't know. And they live in there. Same thing. Pleasant Bay, I answered your challenge. You stayed silent. We spoke. It was cordial. However, you about slavery. You about trafficking in human cargo, Pleasant Bay. Swift Angel #1. Anytime you want, you got my number. 587-712-0639. Him, Peter Moon. I contacted Peter Moon via his publisher. They didn't speak. I said, these guys are jokers. They're not serious about freedom. They're serious about staying in the matrix. Here, I'm going to give you all an example. This is to prove my point. Okay, where are we here? There we go. Okay, so here's what we're talking about. These guys keep screaming that, you know, we're trying to free our people, uplift fallen humanity, all of that stuff. And look what happens. So this is the matrix, which is small in comparison to freedom, which is out here. So this is what MSTA is. Circle 7. Keep the deity in the matrix. Great Seal. Same thing. Keep the deity in the matrix. MNRS. I ain't got to worry about them saying nothing because they're going to keep their mouth shut. Who else? MSTA, Great Seal, MNRS. There's Washitaw. I don't know who these Pawmunkey is. And anybody else? Who else is? Oh yeah, RV Bay. Can't forget them. All of them are talking freedom. The door is open now. What is the key? The SF-181 opens that door. That's why they won't talk about it, because these guys need the word black in order to exist inside the matrix. They'll say they're not black. They'll say they're Moor. They'll say they're not crayons. Agreed. Then why won't you say this? White power. And why won't you talk about the SF-181? Because they know the majority of the public is functionally illiterate, still brain dead, and if they start talking that they're white, they're going to lose them, and people are going to stop coming to their meetings. So this is what they have to do. So the SF-181, then that takes you to what? UNDRIP, which is the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, statutory declaration. Some of you are in the process of doing that. Statutory claim. Some of you are already doing that as well. Then you get into UCC. Now, anybody that's saying, don't you do UCC, you're going to go to jail because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Because they got to explain why is it the 1966 Tax Act says that the U.S. monetary system and the world monetary system shall be put under the Uniform Commercial Code. The Federal Reserve notes in their hand are underneath the Uniform Commercial Code. Because what? The Federal Reserve Bank is a private bank. Private Jewish bank. Let's be precise about that as well. So this is where you're at right now. So when you start mentioning SF-181, these guys, MNRS, RV Bay, Great Seal, Washitaw, even the deducted amount, ain't nobody talking about that, but they're all carrying what? Social Security cards. They're all having what? Birth registrations. That's contract. All right? So that's just to give you an analogy. So when the U.S. government, back here again, right, they say the white man this, the white man that. The U.S. government says what? This is the definition of white. A person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. That would include Morocco. Aaron, can you get that video link when you called the consulate in New York and they said that Moorish Americans are not Moroccans? Get that link.
Yeah.
Get that link and put that in the chat.
Okay, hold up a second.
Yep. Well, I'm going to keep talking. You get that. But this is our point. When they are pressed against somebody in the international arena, these guys shrink away. They have nothing to say now. So that means it's theater. That's why they're calling it education entertainment. Okay, and I'm just going to add, so I see you're in a second, just hold on. And had Chief Nanya, what is the process of becoming a secure party? Well, first you got to do your statutory declaration, your claim, and those things are looked over to make sure they're done properly. Then, becoming a secure party, you would contact Tashawur. The donation requirement is $1,000 US. And I'm going to walk you through that process. I'm going to be with you when you're putting it together. You're going to file that. People spend money on nonsense. They actually, people, for lack of a better word, are using the same fiat to giving to the system to keep them in economic bondage. Sa, you said you have something to say.
Yes, Tua. That was right before you started to go into the SF-181 just now on the whiteboard. When I spoke with Gray Wolf prior to us meeting, he was talking about how there were several Moors who have some resistance once the SF-181 is brought up. And I was telling him, and for those who were, you know, going to be on but didn't, but will receive the recording, you know, it's just very important to emphasize, you know, that the SF-181, like you just said, is the key from going into, from an illusionary world into the reality. You know, the first major insult that everyone should see who's a Melanonite is that out of all of the categories, the ones for Black and African American does not say any of the original peoples. And so if you have been living your entire life and accepting the, quote, white lie that Adam and Eve were, you know, Amorites, and that somehow down the line, you know, quote, unquote, black people came along, that's the first thing that you got to get out of your mind right there, and a lot of people do. All the archaeological evidence points to the fact that we've been on the planet first, so how in the world could we not be listed as one of the original, as coming from the original people. So that's the first major flag right there. They've taken the only group of people who are the original people and called them the opposite of not being part of an original group of people. And then saying that you're from a group of people of a black racial group. There's, like you said, there's no such thing as a black racial group. So this is the contract, and you have to accept it at face value and as the terms are defined there. You know, are you going to accept that you're not part of the original people on the planet and that you're part of a fictitious group of people that you can't even name a black racial group in Africa? They don't call themselves black in Africa. They go by their tribal name. And that's the main thing. And then what it does is it totally flips the economy, because the only way everything has been operating is based on, you know, melaninites agreeing to be non-existent or like a slave. So, and that's how they're treated. Black has no standing at law. You cannot prove that black has standing at law across the board. We've seen all kinds of injustices or inequalities, rather, in treatment of punishment for crimes, and it is not the same. You know, our melanin, for those who don't know, trades on the stock market at $353 per gram. So this is why our children mainly go missing. This is why people get kidnapped. This is why the code enforcers, aka police, shoot and kill Nubians without any reprimand or, you know, in fact, they get the opposite, which is praise. So lyrics, something like what Tupac said, yeah, kill a nigga, hit a nigga, he's a hero, something like that. So yeah, they do that because our melanin is rich and worth. And I just want to emphasize that because Grey Wolf experienced that with the people that he was speaking with, that their stumbling block is the SF-181. And I just have to reiterate for those who are listening to this recording later, look at the definitions. It's like an IQ test. What's wrong here? You know, so those are the main things that are wrong, along with everything the Chief's been reiterating. And I'm going to close with that. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, this great.
Cool, can you hear me?
Yes, this Grey Wolf.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but there's some sound someplace else. Hold on a second. You're gonna let me hold on 1 second here. I'm hearing audio. You got to turn something you have on. You need to turn the volume down off your computer. Then.
My laptop won't even let me email you.
Pardon?
My laptop won't even let me email you. I sent a text. Basically, here's what I said. When I called Taj at the 609 number that I gave on the other text. As long as I said I opened the sentence saying.
Can she put it closer? I'm hearing her. She needs to be a little louder though.
Okay. The first time.
Not so loud.
The first time.
I want her to be loud. I don't care if she's loud. We want to hear her.
You got it. The first time I called him at the 609 number, what I posted, I started out by saying, I have watched you for the last few years. You know, he was feeling a compliment coming, I think. And then I followed it with, why haven't you told the people about the SF-181 form? Click. I redialed right away, and I got the machine. And about every second or third day, I keep leaving him a message, not quite so nice, but saying, why aren't you bringing out the SF-181 form? As soon as I brought that up, I was disconnected, and I've gotten the machine after that.
All right. That is what I wanted to hear. Now, this is going to go out on the recording so people can hear. So,
go right ahead.
So the next time you see a event by Taj and he's sitting there doing his thing again, it's like at this point he's already gone as far as his DNA can take him. So, just like with what Saw was saying, that there are some people that you know are having resistance to the SF-181, guess what? Leave them.
I hear you.
Maybe they'll wake up later down the road, so you don't want to be totally dismissive. But right now, okay, if you can't see this, that this tsunami is coming, you could stay there. I'm getting out the way.
I hear you. I'd rather concentrate on the youth.
Exactly.
You can't get these people that are so, overwhelmed that they've been buffaloed their whole life. They can't handle it. I'd rather concentrate on the youth because they recognize a lot.
Exactly. I know 5-year-olds that I can talk to right now. I won't even talk to their mother because their mother don't get it. I'm like, if you a grown adult and you can't get it, I'm not messing with you.
It's a waste of time.
Yep.
We came here with a job to do, and we only have so much time to do it.
That's why you have to have a sense of urgency. Most Nubians don't see the sense of urgency. When documents need to get done, I want documents done and out as quickly as possible, as fast as possible, because the time is going, and it's almost like, hey, I know I got an advantage once I put this out, once I publish it. I want it out as soon as possible. I don't want to sit there and drag stuff out. This is how we have been successful in what we're doing. That we do it in a timely fashion. You don't rush, but at the same token, you make sure, hey, I got this document to do, no Housewives of Atlanta for the week. I got such and such to do, no basketball. I ain't playing basketball. This is priority, because that's your life. Once you get it out, then you can relax. You reward yourself. But in the meantime, and it's a spiritual principle of if you sacrifice in one capacity, you get rewarded in another way. That goes back to metaphysical teachings of depriving yourself sometimes of pleasure.
It always comes back. It always comes back tenfold.
Exactly. So that's why I really wanted to hear your voice so badly, because I was like, no, I want Ashira, so it doesn't sound like I'm saying this, it never happened. You had the experience, you put it on Facebook. We're actually in Facebook. And you would think for all the people sharing the link, we only got about 19 people. Now that doesn't mean somebody don't have a laptop with about 5 or 6 people around them.
Both of our laptops gave us trouble. I tried on my tablet.
I can't tell her, she got to speak up louder.
Both of our laptops were just kicking us off. I finally tried on the tablet, and I was able to get a message out to your website, to your email. But what I wanted to bring to your attention too, when my kids came over and brought me this tablet, and they went to connect to our Wi-Fi, one of the things that came up was surveillance truck, right below BIOS.
Yes. This is why we're doing this open. So if Sarah Sutanseti is on Facebook and he saw the link, because there's people who are friends with him, he could come join in on the SF1. These guys is agents. I'm telling you all this. You can't answer, if you care about your people so much and somebody has a solution that can help them, why you won't go for it. Because that means you're not about the people. You're about yourself.
The ones that Prophet Noble Drew Ali predicted.
He said, I shall take you old Moors, it will take you 50 years to figure out what I have done. I will take you, there will be new Moors that will come, take you old Moors and put you to the side and carry out my law. So Pleasant Bay, Taj, RV, Nakeem, Hakeem, all the rest of y'all are to the side now. Anu, all y'all to the side. And the reason for that, I'm glad that we're going into this. I'm going to bring up a couple things here that I want everybody to see while we're talking. Just hold on 1 second while I get this link up here. Okay. What was done back on March 17th, 2008, it's coming up on your screen. I'm going to go to the actual document first and then come back up. What was done was we did Transportation on the United States, Canada, and Mexico. This is on file with the Foreign Trade Processing Unit, which you're seeing here. I'm going to put this link here on, here we go. So what we're seeing here is we sent this off to the Foreign Trade Processing Unit. Now, what most people don't know is the Foreign Trade Processing Unit called me. So when we go to the 7525V form, which is here, this is a shipper's export declaration. Now, when you scroll down, what do you see over here? The White House, United States Post Office. Exported. That's Atlan. That whole 10-mile square D, that's Atlan.
Yes.
Now, Pleasant Bay knew about the lien that I did on the White House, which I'm going to go here. What happened? Did my screen just lock up?
I'm still here. You hear me, Marco?
My laptop's doing nothing.
Okay, hold on a second. I just want to make sure. Okay, there we go. Thought my screen locked up. Let me close a couple windows here. All right, so let's see. Okay, not natural credit. Okay, this is the lien on the White House Ashira. And what do we got here? Okay, it's just coming up. So Pleasant Bay and I spoke about this. He was happy, you know, about what I did, and he said, you did great work. I tried to work with him. Wasn't interested. Right? These are old goats, and I'm not talking greatest of all times. These are old goats. Their brain is hardwired to the past. They cannot do what's required now. Can you learn, unlearn, and relearn? So this is what happened here. This is the lien on the White House. And you can see the date, November 7, 2005. Now, what's significant about that is what? The governor of the state of Georgia signed off on it. Executive Department, Kathy Cox, was the Secretary of State, and the Executive Secretary was John White. As we scroll up, this is the Great Seal of the state of Georgia right here in the left. Excuse me. And notice, there's a $1 Fox stamp. You can no longer get the Fox stamps anymore. The double barrel, and I canceled that. That means that is a claim. The state of Georgia, we have a claim against the entire state. And since they're fictitious, and as Yamasee, we never signed any contracts with them, the state of Georgia belongs to Atsakatha Nation of Yamasee Moors. Continuing on, it's authenticated by Condoleezza Rice. Now, in the book, the Montauk Book of the Dead, Peter Moon wrote that the problem the Moors have and why they are failing and all these other so-called conscious groups are failing is because they do not include the woman in their organization. They are not getting female energy. So because of that, they are not going forward. So now, Condoleezza Rice in the book was mentioned that the Moors should go to her and she could recognize them and she would not turn them down. I didn't know about the Montauk Book of the Dead until I think around 2009 or early 2010 was when I found out about the book. I contacted Peter Moon through his publishing company to inform him, hey, I did exactly what was in your book. He's an Amorite, but I'm like, okay, we're on that level? No, never heard a word back from Peter Moon. What's the other Amorite? What's his name? Richard, who's got that book, The Moor, The Mason, and the Alien. What's Richard King? No, not King. Rick Smith. Rick Smith. Same thing with Rick Smith. I contact him, show him the documents. They're like, okay, these guys out here are playing with freedom. They're not serious. They can smell freedom. They smell it, but they will not come out that matrix.
It's like Stockholm.
They talk about it, but they don't want to come out of it.
It's like Stockholm.
So this was the document that Condoleezza Rice authenticated, and it says full faith and credit. And the lien that we have on the U.S., there is no lapse date on it. So when Representative Kanjorski said that someone threw us in the middle of the Atlantic without a life raft, you're looking at him.
Yep.
And we have the commercial documents to prove it. This is it right here. Shipper's Export Declaration. Stamped by the post office.
I see all the work you do. I wonder when.
Here's the receipt to show it was faxed. And then there was a story that back in 2006, yes, that the Postmaster General loses his laptop. Now they say, well, this is The Onion. The Onion is a satirical web page. I said, yeah, but the timing couldn't have been no more coincidental. If this was 3 months, this was back in 2006, so that was May, June, July. 2 months later, it said officials refused to elaborate on the extent of the information leak and did not rule out the possibility that everyone in the U.S. might have to move. So I went to the Moorish Science Temple. Some of them, I contacted some of the Grand Sheiks there. What's his name in Chicago? Love L. I contacted in Chicago. I gave him these same links. They all know. Ashira, all of them know. I told that knucklehead up in Toronto, Cujo, shut your temple down. You do not have consent or permission to be here. He went, I heard, and opened the temple back up again. So he's going to catch it. They think people are thinking that this is a joke somehow. He came to me and my wife at the time, Diani Najibay, and asked us to do what? A lecture on what is the Queen and what is Canada. I'm going to find that for you right now and put the link in there. This is, let's see, what is it, Moorish? No, Canaanite. What do they call themselves? What do they call themselves? Canaanite Moors? What the heck are these? What do those fools call themselves again?
Cool.
Canaanite, Canaan land. Yeah, some nonsense. Canaan land. Yeah, Canaan Moors present Chief Nanya L. Okay, now him, Sabir Bey, Taj, the rest of them are called a Mia agent, but you turned around and came to me to do a lecture, me and my mate to do a lecture. Then you still have the lecture up on the internet. I got and he sent me a copy of the disc. I still have it. I've never opened the envelope, but I got it. Is everybody getting this?
Yes.
These guys are playing with y'all, but I can't do nothing if y'all ain't going to call their names out.
Not cool.
You start calling their names out, that means that's going to attract energy to the fraud that they're committing. If they have any sense of what they call universal law, they'll do their best to get in compliance. If not, then they're going to suffer the consequences accordingly. So again, I give much honor to the elder Ashira for doing what she did by saying his name. If y'all do not call these guys out as fraud, I'm doing what I can. But again, if you aren't saying nothing, when it's from me, I am that I am. They don't even want to say my appellation because they know what's coming with that. But if you all start saying that, that's putting them on the defensive. Who's Chief Nanya Shabu El? Oh, I never heard of who? I never heard of him.
Cool, there's one more.
So this is why we're having this. We got 21 people. I could hold 100. Think about this. 21 people. There's probably more that's listening. There's groups, than that. And all the people who said they were interested in what's happening, I'm not seeing them. That's what, and it was for them. This is not for everybody, Ashira, as well as Ann. Not everybody is ready for this. So you have to assess that, okay, if this individual is not ready, I'm not going to let their pace slow me down. That's what they want to do. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. They don't see the importance of getting themselves in position. So here is the link. I'm going to put it here. This is on Canaan Land Moore's website. And I told these fools, shut your temple. That we basically shut it down after we did the lecture. All the young people that realized, I said there are no temples on Turtle Island. This is in the lecture at the end if you want to fast forward to the end. I said there are no temples on Turtle Island. All of them have to come through Atsikata. I don't even care if they say they're Native American and Indian Cherokee. You're doing business with the U.S. corporation. That corporation is the middle of the Atlantic. You got to come see me. You don't see what happened? Oil spill off the coast of Mexico. Where I'm at, Northern Turtle Island, there is a fire ban in the entire province. You can't light fire in your backyard. You can't have a cookout. You can't go to the park. You cannot light no fire. That is not about no fire up in Fort McMurray. It's about those healing fires that I was doing. And the healing fires are still working even if you watch the video. So you can watch the videos at sunrise and sunset and you'll still get the same energy. So this is the link here for that. So you can go watch it. It is a great lecture that we did. The only problem is when you look at the word, let's see, Rep. Kanjorski. Okay, now here is it. Representative Kanjorski. America's economy was attacked by somebody on September 11th, 2008. So here, I'm going to put it right here. Now, when we go back, Ashira and Ann, and we look at this, when was this done? March, what? 17th, 2008. Coincidence? So all the worldwide investors in Switzerland, in Germany, Europe, London, Jerusalem, they see this, and I'm telling you all again, so it's out there. The Foreign Bureau Processing Unit in Indiana called me because everything, hold on, I know I'm going a bit fast. They called me. This is their address, but you got to know what you're doing. You got to be in a proper position. That's why it's only certain people know how to do this properly, and you got to have a guide. You ain't going to read no books and think you're going to learn this. You have to have a guide on this level. So if anybody thinks, oh, I could just do what you do and do the same, go ahead. Don't call me when the shapeshifters start messing with you. Oh, and further, as another caveat, don't be mixing no Moorish Science Temple paperwork with that SF-181, because all that Moorish Science Temple paperwork is fraud. Because if they're saying they're registered with the state is a corporation, they can only deal with dead entities, it's fraud. It's operating under color of law. Where are we at here? Okay, now we get back to the export declaration here. Okay, we get that here, and you see the White House, everything it's signed off, and it was sent registered mail. When they called me, everything that's on this export declaration, I sent copies of the documents to the Foreign Bureau Processing Unit. So the gentleman called me and asked me, why are you sending us all this? We didn't really have to. And I said, no, I have to show that I have a claim. And I can't just do that and give you one piece of paper. Amorites can do that stuff. We can't. So they got every document that you see to the right from North Carolina, from the S Security and Prosperity Partnership, the White House, everything there. They have a copy. So that's why Representative Kanjorski, and he's an old Amorite, right? They call this America's other 9/11. So they said America's economy was attacked by somebody. Now notice, they did not say plural. They said singular. So now, for him as a representative to say this, because I don't know if y'all can hear this or not. Can you hear this, Aaron?
Yes.
A little bit? Okay. Oh, you can hear it now?
Yes, we can.
On Thursday at about 11 o'clock in the morning, the Federal Reserve noticed a tremendous drawdown of money after the Council of the United States to the tune of $515 billion being drawn out in a matter of an hour or two. The Treasury opened up its window to have up to $105 billion in the system and quickly realized that they could not spend the time. We were having an electronic run of the banks. They decided to close the operation, close down the money accounts, and announce a guarantee of $250,000 per account so there wouldn't be further panic factor. And that's what actually happened. He could have not done that. But their estimation was that by 2 o'clock that afternoon, $5.5 trillion.
By 2 o'clock that afternoon, $5.5 trillion would have been drawn out the money market system of the United States, would have collapsed the entire economy of the United States, and within 24 hours, the world economy would have collapsed. And they said what would have happened would have been the end of their economic system and political system as they know it. Okay, he said someone threw us in the middle of the Atlantic. That's not a bad one. Let me see. I think we have a better one here. Yeah, this one's better. This is on ours anyways. This is the full clip here. Okay, and so I'm going to play the last part of the video here.
8 weeks in the equity positions are back because other assets are going sour down the bottom. Now we've got to make some decisions. When we pour more money in, to what extent that money goes in, and they said that we have to take the time, analyze where we are, and the people understand. The listen to a radio that just got off the telephone, he knows where it is. And he doesn't think the government's acting properly or acting with it bad. And it's important that we start informing that lady as to what really were the facts, what happened, and it's not much better for the organization. Maybe she has a better idea. You know, we have many geniuses in economics or finance anyway. We're representatives of the people. We have to take our time, but let the people know this is a very difficult struggle. Somebody goes in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean without an aircraft, and we're trying to determine what's the closest shore and whether there's any chance in the world to sort that there. We don't know.
All right, someone, I'll redo this again. Someone threw us in the middle of the Atlantic without a life raft, and we have to swim to shore, and we don't know which shore to swim to, and we don't know if we're going to make it. We simply don't know. So with that, why would all these Moors who are claiming they want freedom not want to work with me? Because that means they got nothing. Claims have value. Don't let anybody think, well, you just got paper. That don't mean anything. That's a claim, my man. When you have a county hit up for almost $500 million and they're going to close 12 strip clubs after you file a lien, yeah, you know something's up. Because that is what they do. So the SF-181 is connected to those mortgage-backed securities. It's connected to the collateralized debt obligations, term deposits, money market deposits, all over the planet. Once you do that, that's called what? Market correction, because now you cannot be traded as black, for lack of a better word. You're white, and so as such, that changes everything. And with the House Resolution 194, by them saying we acknowledge we robbed African Americans of their names and heritage, that allows you that, hey, we can set up our own economic system. We don't have to use this. But in order for that to occur, what has to happen? Their system has to tank, which it is now. And so this is what these guys who are claiming that they're not what they're doing, they're not talking about this. Everybody's doing commerce but don't want to talk about commerce. That's like you breathing air but don't want to acknowledge you're breathing air. Foolishness and stupidity. So I'm going to continue. Anybody? Okay, I can see Aaron, and of course I can't see you. Grey Wolf, I can see. I guess that's Ashira on the couch there. I can see. Oh, that's Grey Wolf. Okay, so I can see Grey Wolf. That's all that I can see right now. Everybody else that has a question, it's open because we're doing this. I'm putting links on Facebook as we're speaking, going back and forth. So anything, any question regarding primarily Moore Science Temple, Great Seal, and all that, because we got to shut these flunkies down here on Turtle Island. It's enough. They've done enough damage. I've seen 2 women get combined 25 years in jail because of these idiots.
Michael, this is Grey Wolf.
That's damage, and I'm doing my best here. And like I said, I'm not playing no games, and I'm not taking no favorites. They're doing too much damage, and they got to be called in.
Michael, can you hear me?
I can't hear Grey Wolf at all. I can't hear him.
Can you hear me, Grey?
Yeah, he's calling for you.
Well, y'all can hear me. I can't hear him. You can hear him. That is funny. Hold on, let me see here. He muted his microphone. Tell me he got to turn his microphone on. Because they're crossing the lines. So something about Grey Wolf and his lineage they don't like, because if you can hear, so Sa, why don't you translate there? Just I can hear you, so go ahead. Sa, open the door, Sa, and tell me what Grey Wolf's saying, because I can't hear him at all.
Cool. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, ask your question.
I'm just, let's go now for that Washitaw Pawmunkey.
See, when this type of stuff happens, that's how I know Taj and the rest of them guys is agents, willingly or unwillingly. Every time I go to bust them up, they got nothing to say. Okay, I got to show you all something here. Let's see here. Okay, that's the link for Moorish Americans cannot be Moroccans. Somebody just took a picture of me through the computer.
He's trying to tell me.
They keep bumping me off. They keep bumping me off.
They're bumping him off. Their sound, they're bumping him off.
Crown Prince Emperor L. Bey. He's one of the big frauds in Trenton, New Jersey.
Chief, can you hear us?
Chief, can you hear me?
Michael, can you hear me?
No, I can't. Can everybody hear you?
Michael, this is Grey Wolf. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Tua.
I can hear all of y'all, but
Okay.
I can't.
Okay, Grey Wolf, I heard you say that the Crown Prince, what's his name?
He called himself Crown Prince Emperor L. Bey.
Crown
Big Bey.
Prince Emperor L. Bey out of New Jersey is a fraud.
Yes, Trenton.
Out
Trenton,
of
New
Trenton,
Jersey.
New Jersey.
He's been scamming people for a long time.
He's been scamming people for a long time. Yeah,
He's with that Pawmunkey. He called himself, he's in the organization of Washitaw Pawmunkey.
he's in the Washitaw Pawmunkey organization. Maybe I should bring my laptop downstairs. You want me to, Chief?
Huh?
You want me to bring my laptop downstairs?
Let's try, but if it causes feedback, then you're gonna have to go back. But let's make it. Let's not try. Let's do it. Let's make it. Let's attempt it. So this is for everybody to see. Oh, okay. Let me turn my volume down. Can you hear me? Yeah.
You got to turn that. You have to turn that on.
Yours?
You're on mute.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Deep, isn't it? See, we got this recorded. This is why we're telling people this is the real stuff. This is the other laptop right here. So you can't hear me on, so they're crossing lines, Grey Wolf, on the computer.
Yes.
So the Pawmunkey, okay, who is this dude here? This guy right here, Thig Kir El Bey. Who is this guy? Because he emailed Brian Kerrigan.
Oh, that's the young in this. He's trying to do some internet stuff for me, but he be doing a lot of crazy stuff. He ain't nobody. He's just one of the people that got scammed.
Okay. Because he said he was going to be in attendance, and he said, I'm the tech guy. You know, I may ask, you know, send me the details on where it will be held. So I didn't care. I sent it to him, but I don't know. So that's because he emailed, and I forwarded that to you because I don't know who. But he gave me his number. I did call and speak with him.
He get off like that. It's nothing to him. He's don't listen to that. That's as his mind goes and comes.
Okay, well this is what I'm talking about. That's why I want to know who. That's why everybody, we do this so everybody walks in the light of the sun. When people want information but I can't see their face, I don't trust them.
Yes.
Because I'm out here I'm in the land of the red dots. You come in here, this is land of the red dots. This is the real tank with the barracuda, sharks, killer whales up in here.
Yes.
This is how we roll. So if you don't like this, get the hell off of here. Because if we find out, we gonna do you.
We're gonna do them. We're gonna do them all.
We go to the ancestors. We don't play. We do not play.
Play.
So that's good to know. Any other? So any question, Anne? Are you there? Can you hear me? Oh, I think her sound's not working. Okay. So yeah. So that's it. Anything else, Grey Wolf? You wanted to say that? Any questions you?
Yes, about maybe this is not the right time to ask it, but like I need you to send me the link for the gold book.
Oh no! Now is the right time. Now is the only time you have.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna do it right. I'm gonna get you it right now. Just bear with me a second here. Have to, let's see. Let me see if I can hook this thing up sideways or something. Because I got all this here. Do we got that other table? Yeah, let's hook that up so I can have a thing here because with this laptop. This is the type of stuff we got to go through. That's how you know our stuff is correct. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so busy jamming us. Here we are. Okay, let me see here. How can we do this? Because I need this one to work off. But y'all can still.
This is just the audio.
That's just the audio. Okay,
Yeah.
good. So I'll put this here. All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Tua.
Sure.
All right, great. Okay, what was I going to get here? Okay, great. I wanted to get something here. What was that question you asked again, Grey Wolf?
He'll get it.
We'll just
Oh, the gold book.
answer it. But I couldn't hear.
Okay.
Tell him to check what I
So
just
anybody who's new that doesn't have the gold book,
found Prince. So tell him to check what I just posted on Facebook.
okay. Let's see here. Let me get the most recent.
Marco, I'm still trying to get through to you.
Wait a minute till we get done.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. What were you saying, Ashira?
I'm sorry. I didn't think you were hearing us. So I posted on Facebook what we had to say about those last two people so you could see it there.
Okay, I'll switch right over to that one time. And what's your email again, Ashira? I just want to make sure I got yours.
PSALMS.
BS?
P like Paul, S like Samuel, A like Apple, L like Larry, M like Mary, S like Samuel, 23, 1954 @gmail.com.
Okay, so I'm sending that. You can see that on the screen, right?
On my tablet, my laptop is like
All right,
running
but-
everything.
Okay, you see me putting it in there, correct?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sending it right now. Now let's go to Facebook.
I see it.
All right. So let me just close up a few tabs here. And let's see, get back. Yeah, I'll leave that one open just in case. And what is this here? Okay. Okay, there we go. Which one is this? Okay. All right, so let's get back here. Okay, that's the waterer. Okay. All right. Now, okay, Canaan land Moors. Okay. They call themselves Canaan. And now, I want to do this is Deuteronomy chapter 7 of the King James Bible. Okay, Deuteronomy, King James 7, I think it's verse 3. Okay. Okay, we gotta start at verse 1 then. Okay. King James Version of the Bible. Now, this is what they teach you at the Moorish Science Temple. They go through the Bible, do they not, Ashira?
Yes.
Okay, so going to Deuteronomy chapter 1. When the Lord thy God, and I'll get to your question, Anne, about Lord. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and hath cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, or it's Canaan, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. 7 nations. Does this look familiar?
Yes.
Very much so.
7 nations, greater and mightier than thou. And we go to the next. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. So, Thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant, no contract, no agreement with them, nor shew mercy unto them. That includes the Canaanite, correct? Grey Wolf?
Yes, yes.
All right. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. So, because they're reading from the Bible. So it says, thou shalt utterly destroy them, thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor shew mercy unto them. So now, when you see this video here, this knucklehead Cujo in Toronto saying Canaan land Moors, he's the one that has to get destroyed. He doesn't even know that by him calling himself a Canaanite, for those who are Jewish, they will destroy him. And they're entitled to do that because he's saying he's a Canaanite. Didn't Taj say in one of the last videos, he's what, a Moabite, Canaanite?
Yes,
This is the type of psychotic stupidity that's out there. Let's go further. That's why we're doing this live, and when this is done recording, everybody on the planet will see this. I want to see what they're going to say. We know what they're going to say. Nothing. They will continue in a robot mode as if this didn't occur. And that's exactly what I want them to do.
They've gotten away with it so long.
Yep.
There's no end to it, but there is.
Yes, the end is now for them. Where are we at here? Cursed be Canaan. Okay, now when we go to Bible Hub, it doesn't matter if it's King James, it's the same. Let's see, I could do this, search words or verses, Deuteronomy. I just have this thing for King James, that's all. Oh, everything, hold on, everything just kind of froze a little bit here. This is the type of nonsense we're talking about, but he's a master teacher and he doesn't see this?
The sad part is he does see it. He does see it. But he's selling his soul for $20 a pop, times a few thousand people.
What profited the man to gain the whole world and lose his soul?
Exactly.
Okay, let's go to number 9 here, Genesis 9:25. All right, so let's go to it. Okay, and he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. Now, don't they use the Bible at the Moor Science Temple?
Yes, they do.
All right then. So now, when you see Cujo, that fool up there, I told him what he got to do. He just thinks this is a joke. Calling himself Canaan Land Moors. Is he not confessing that he's cursed?
Yes.
He's cursing himself.
Yes.
Okay, and people are going to follow that nonsense.
It's amazing.
That's why they got to get called out.
So many people just don't think. They follow whoever is willing to lead.
Exactly. That's 100% correct. So when Taj did that last video, he said, we're the white man. Then he switched and said, he said he was what? He was the, he said he was the Moabite Canaanite.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? So everybody saw that. That's why we're doing this one public for everybody to see. This is no challenge here. This is stating the truth. These guys are calling themselves Canaanite. So since the King James Bible is under a letters patent in perpetuity, That's their contract, and he's using that as a basis because of what the Prophet Noble Drew Ali did. And anybody that knows that the Aquarian Gospel is where the Circle 7 is coming from. I got a document, a video I put out. It was a snippet called "The Church and the Law." Talking about how they have 501c3s, like Temple 13 in Baltimore, under Joel Bratton Bey. Now, they may have dissolved it. If they got rid of that, they have to dissolve the whole thing. So this is why when the significance of doing the SF-181 is when you do the SF-181 and you get to the statutory claim, which you're at the point right now, Grey Wolf, the statutory claim goes back to the 1666 Sesta-Key Trust Act, where if an individual is gone for 7 years and there's no statement made that they're alive, they're considered lost at sea.
Dead in the water.
Exactly. So there's an IRS manual. Where is it here? Let's see here. Daily postings. What was it? The Church and the Law. Okay. Oh, I know. I gotta go on. Okay, I'll go on YouTube. I should be able to find it on YouTube. Church and the Law. Okay, yeah, I already have it right there. Okay, this was a snippet from a DVD that I had put out called The Church and the Law. So if anybody's interested in it, contact Sa, and she'll give you all the details on that. But this is a snippet that you all can have, and just to see. I went into the Moor Science Temple so many times. All their people keep calling me, and I'm like, well, why are you calling me? These guys are damaging them and can't assist them. So it's time to call them out for this. And that's why we're having this again. Gratitude and appreciation to Grey Wolf and Ashira, because if it weren't for the elders and we put it together in this short space of time, it would never have happened. Let's see. Terhaka, Maku, is Asir the Duke of Tears in the same category? If they're not talking to Terhaka, if they're not talking about the SF-181, they're not talking about freedom. If they're holding a Federal Reserve note in their pocket and they're not a secure party, haven't claimed their indigenous standing, they're a fiction. They're a debtor. Yes. I've already shown you I exported to U.S., Canada, and Mexico. They're not talking about it. Africa Bambaataa, he talked about it. But that was all it was. Talk. We're descendants of kings and queens. I don't care about no king doing no hoe. Because that's what the words mean. We talking about deities. That's again using that English language. That's what a queen is. A queen is a prostitute. Yep. The words attract the vibration, the frequency, the energy, the resonance, the tone, the color, all of that. Even the platonic solid that is connected that you can't see, that's connected to that, is attracted by your use of that word. So when we say we are white power, we say we are American Indian, or we say we're Native American, that is a different vibration, tone, frequency, resonance. So the challenge is, if these guys cannot talk about the SF-181, Grey Wolf and Terhaka, if they can't talk about it, they're not talking about no real freedom. They're just complaining to NASA stop them so hard. Yeah, I know, Marco. I know. So the export declaration, and I wanted to you, so when you go back and watch this again, and you see the links, you see everything, you're seeing these guys knew for years about what I've done and did not want to talk about it, didn't want to. So that means you all have a blood ritual, blood contract to set people up to get in jail, and then you step back. And then once that person's gone, you come out again. So those guys are fishing for souls, Ashira. That's what they're doing. They're the highest thing, Ashira, right in front of people's faces. Now, we're going to go back again. So when Cujo sees this, because these guys sit down and watch, they will watch this whole thing because they got to stay relevant. When Cujo, when Taj called himself Canaanites, and Genesis says, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant shall he be unto his brethren." They have all, and then they get the rest of these Melanonites calling them Canaanites. They're putting you back into slavery.
Yes.
So that's the importance. Again, there's this SF-181 connects to everything, and it's not restricted to what you would call the United States. It also includes Northern Turtle Island. Corporately, they call it Canada. It includes Europe. It includes Africa. It includes South America, the Caribbean. This SF-181 is all over because all countries are doing business with the U.S.
Yes.
Any other question now, Grey Wolf?
Oh, not right now, Uncle, but I'm quite sure I'm gonna have a bunch of them a little later.
All right. I'm just gonna go through the text questions here. Let's see. Questions. Okay. I see Ann. Okay. Well, okay. Ann, the Gold Book is a book. It's called. I'll put it up here so you can see. Okay. There we go. This is the Gold Book written by Dr. Malachi Z. York L. And this book is a book of ancient Tamaraean invocations. So what this is for people who feel they're being spiritually attacked, they want changes in their lives, this is the book to read. I'm just going to let the page go and take you to page, to Supplication 30. And this is what Set Tawaret had read. There's an invocation called the Prayer of Aset for women, and I've women on the weekly grass as well as those that I train. This is what you women need to be saying every day, at least once a day. You want to say the more the merrier, pun intended, but you definitely want to be saying this every day. The reason, again, as it was stated, a lot of these organizations, they talk about the woman, but they don't really tap into the female energy. And unfortunately, the female energy can get misguided because remember, you got R.V. Bey, that's a woman. You got Abundance Child. I angle with her. That she put stop playing with a stop sign. She got that from me. She didn't come up on that on her own. Yafa Bey. Yafa Bey's very intelligent, but she won't talk about that SF-181. So I'm like, y'all ain't talking about no freedom. Take off your fezzes, take off your tartarbas, take off all the items and stop fronting, because you're nothing but a bunch of Negroes masquerading as indigenous, masquerading as Moors, masquerading as being autochthonous.
Yep, that's what they do.
Taj is wearing an Egyptian, as they call it, or Tamaraean ankh around his neck. Simple cut hair, his braid at least. Stop looking like Bodo the Clown, man.
Like carpetbaggers.
Pardon?
They remind me of the carpetbaggers in the movie Gone with the Wind.
Yeah, and they'll be gone with the wind, for real. I told you already. Yes, I mentioned that as things start to increase, these guys are gonna hide out, because when oh yeah, I know they're hiding out, but hiding's not gonna do anything. So here's Supplication 30. This is a prayer for driving away evil beings. This is on page 194. So when you download it, that's an invocation for driving away disagreeable beings.
Don't forget sage. We grow it at home.
Don't forget what?
Sage. We grow it at home.
Well, if you grow sage, we might have to talk later on about some business if you grow in sage.
No, listen, it's very simple. It's very simple. In any of your major grocery stores,
Uh-huh.
it's in the same area where you buy basil or parsley. It's already got the roots in it for like $2.99, and you just have to take it home and plant it.
Okay, well, there everyone's tip, much appreciated. I'm going to follow up with you on that and see about doing it. Like up here, it's very dry right now. Very dry up here.
And cold.
No, it's not cold. It's 84 degrees, 84 Fahrenheit up here.
Really?
Yeah. Y'all got to stop. See, that's the programming. You all think when you hear Canada, what goes to your brain? Ice and snow.
You bet.
No, it's the same weather that you have. Just the elevation is higher. That's all.
Wow. Well, cool.
Tua.
I got a question.
Yes.
It's passport. Do I need a passport to get to Canada?
Yes, you do.
Huh?
Yeah.
Unless you know the back road in.
Yeah. You need a pass.
I'll work on that.
Yes, we'll talk at length about that.
Okay.
So this is the prayer supplication 30. I'll put the link in here. This should be able. Anybody that doesn't have the Go Book should be able to get it. So again, these guys talk in English. English. When they say to white man, I said, "Do you speak any other language other than English?" If they don't, they can't be saying they're teaching you and they speak English.
Yes.
None of the what they would call the Semitic languages, they don't teach that. None of those grand chiefs teach any of the Semitic languages.
I never heard of any of them doing it.
They don't speak Hebrew, they don't teach Arabic, they don't teach Amazigh, right? Because the Moors, what they call over in Morocco, they call themselves the Amazigh. It looks like it's spelled Amazigh, but it's Amazigh. The G has R sound. That's how they do it. So Amazigh should be calling themselves Amazigh Americans, but they just say what? Moorish Americans.
Yes. Yes.
We say Yamasee Moors. And Moors is just a generic English to talk about all Melanites. Because that's what the English would do back in the 12th century. They didn't care if you were from South Africa, if you were from Kenya, they called you a Moor. Then it went to Blackamoor.
Yes.
So again, these guys are stuck on English. So they're not really saying much. And I want to show you all this. Where are we at here? This is, okay, yeah, General Assembly. Okay. We've been accused, and, I've been accused of a lot of stuff, and these guys are saying they're trying to free people, and here it is. This is the General Assembly from the U.S. Human Rights Network. And this is a letter that was sent. This is done by the General Assembly. It's signed. As soon as it comes up, you all get to see it. And we are listed as a stakeholder. We are listed as a relevant stakeholder, CSO, because we are in CSO. No, this isn't the one I want. No, this isn't it. That's the UPR report that we did on the United States of America. Let's go back here. And while we're doing that, okay, at Sekata Nation mentioned study
job and having to be on time to work, everything that comes with having a routine. And when you and get on this level, there's nothing routine about it. And when you become a secure party, you operate in commerce differently. There will be some things that you want to take on because of what you know, because of the knowledge that you have of how the monetary system is operating, and you want to correct things and put yourself on the creditor side instead of the debt side. So there'll be things that you proactively go up and get and fight, and whatever the outcome may be, it's always the same process of knowing your codes, knowing what the ins and outs are, publishing everything you're doing along the way. Sometimes things are a success, sometimes they're not, but you're definitely willing to be a guinea pig against the system because you know what the system is. The end result and benefit out of this is not something monetary. That's why we have on the indigenous standing process, let freedom be your motivation, because the monetary system is not real. It's real in the sense that we're forced to operate under it, like the chief was saying earlier. They have us under the laws of necessity, but our goal is to constantly radiate the fact that we are real and that all of this is fake. And at the end of the day, when each one of us closes our eyes, we have invested energy in that direction. And so in the afterlife, you may say, or the transition, we're already moving in that positive direction and not into the ground, because that's what these contracts are. They're not just, bound to this earth right now. When people think everything is just about people, places, and things, eating, shopping, when that's, music, TV, entertainment, that's just your world and your reality, that's not real. That is the illusion. So then you do become the illusion. And that's what's alluded to something like the chief was saying about your soul. So your soul is connected to these contracts. And so this is a fight for your soul. Don't let the monetary aspect of it, and this is for everyone specifically, not just for Ann, but don't let the monetary aspect be your focus or motivation. It will be in that you'll be correcting the attack economically on you, just like there's attacks on our water, food, and air. From every aspect, high to low, you're letting the system know, I do not belong to you, this is not right. And, all you can do is study a lot so that you're ready for any commercial process that comes your way, any judicial process that comes your way, any way the system tries to attack you. You constantly reiterate, I'm real, you're the illusion, and their own system gives them away, just like the SF-181. It actually kills Nubians, and it also frees Nubians. They can't do anything without also revealing the truth in it. You can watch TV, and they're doing all kinds of secret hand symbols and things like that, Masonic symbols. If you're not on that level and aware of it, then you're just having entertainment. But if you have the higher knowledge of what these things are, you see two meanings in what you're watching. So I just wanted to let Ann know, and anyone else who is just not certain about what happens. Like I said, it's like the Matrix. No one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to experience it for yourself.
You must be shown.
You must be shown.
So the only way it's going to be shown to you is you're going to have to go through that process. And what else are you going to have to do? You're going to have to let go of things.
Yes.
That's the biggest problem people have.
Because essentially there's nothing from your past that really aids you in becoming a secure party. Everything is a challenge of yourself. You're challenging yourself on many different levels because as a slave, it's easy. You have a confined list of things that you can do, but when you're claiming your indigenous standing, there's a myriad of things that you can be doing at any given point in time, given the information out there. So yes, it's a lot of responsibility, and I think that's why some people don't want to come to this level. So like the chief was just saying, they want to be on the plantation but just not be beat so badly by massa. So again, there's nothing on the earthly plane that can really be enough of a sign of, hey, you got it. It's not like winning $1 million. It's the closest thing I can equate it to. It's about the long-term journey of your soul and not being stuck here in this 3D illusionary world. That's the focus. So when we say freedom, freedom, your mind is expanding to unlimitless possibilities. That's why we have a lot of, like the chief was just saying, readings out of the Gold Book. He's teaching the Yamasic language classes. We need to be on a different tone or frequency other than what this earthly plane is. And I know that a lot of people who have been in MSTA have been in other groups and organizations similar to it, where you're, like a lot of people say, seeking knowledge. You know, this is beyond that. It's the application of knowledge at this level. We're not just sitting around talking about things. Each one of us is actually doing things that are causing effects in the matrix that are working to break it down and bring in a whole new reality, you know, and not an illusion. So we know what we want to come, we know what we don't want, and that's just what we work towards, that in every interaction with the fictitious entities. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what it is. And so as you can see, there's still no clear picture for you and what it will be for you, but it's not the path that you have been down where you know where that road leads to. It's not the routine of going to work every day, and you may still be going to work every day, but your mind will be on a different level. You know, you'll be signing your name differently. You'll be, you know, you'll be writing UCC 1-308 without prejudice on your receipts for things. You'll feel people looking at you taking longer to sign your name like that than everybody else will. You'll feel that glitch in the matrix as these things happen. Your whole experience expands and changes to a different frequency. So those are the little nuances that set you apart from debtors. Because, and this is for some who are about to get their UCC done, there really is no middle ground. Either you're a creditor or you're a debtor. There's no in between. And the way things are going over the past couple of years, just noticing differences in the way people can file their UCCs online. You know, these Amorites are not happy about the fact that a few of us here have figured things out, and so they want to, you know, shut that down or limit that. So, and time is not on anyone's side.
Shaayuaat.
Nah.
If you want to look up your family's name, Moss, you can go and look up surnames, and it'll probably be connected to some. You'll probably see a coat of arms or a family crest over in the UK. Getting back to what I wanted to show you. Okay. Now this is a book called Contemporary Studies in Africology and Africana, and we are mentioned in this book. And this book is written by two academic scholars. I'm going to show you it here. This is by Molefe Kete Asante and Clyde Ledbetter Jr. So we are mentioned as one of only 3 that actually did a UPR, which is called the Universal Periodic Review Report on the United States of America. And it's, of course, it's published, and organizations include and at the combination of Yamasee words. Everybody see that? Yeah. So now what this shows is, how is it these other guys who are masters cannot get mentioned by two scholars? And then the next document I want to show is this was a General Assembly. Let's see, General Assembly at Sakata. This is the link I want. This is PDF. This is just they had comments on the World Drug Problem, and our representative, I think he's on here, or he may have stepped away. He attended that. So in there, they had a list of relevant stakeholders. And this is an official General Assembly. Now, General Assembly, for those that don't know, are all the countries that make up and are participants in the United Nations. So we have been mentioned again, second page. Let me see here if I can find that real faster than the Google search. Okay, let's see if it's here. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, I gotta go to albums. Okay, let me go to albums. It should be here. Nope, it's not there. Okay, let's try another Google search. Okay, here it is. This is the one I was looking for. Okay, now I'm going to put the link here in the chat so you all can print that off, bookmark it. I'm also going to put, you know, about that Genesis and contemporary studies. That's here. This is the page. It'll take you directly to the page. And then I have an email of the screenshots in the chapter. Incidentally, the chapter for this was pertaining to Malcolm X. In case some of you don't know, today, May 19th, on the Gregorian calendar is Malcolm X Day. Let me see here. Let me just scroll down here and find that. Okay. The Universal Periodic Review and the Efficacy of Malcolm X's Human Rights Strategy. Clyde E. Ledbetter, Jr., an Africological Assessment. All intellectual work that builds upon the foundations set by previous thinkers is a contribution to honoring ancestors. So, Grey Wolf, make sure you do a play, do an offering. If you don't have the offering formula, we'll send that to you. Just let me know. Do you have it or not? Do you have the offering formula?
Do I have the...
Pardon?
Say that again?
Offering formula.
No.
Okay, I'll make sure after I'm done reading this to email it to you right while we're doing this, all right? Just remind me in case I forget.
Okay.
By previous thinkers is a contribution to honoring ancestors. In the African tradition, therefore, we must understand that honoring one's ancestors is more than a libation statement. What is most important in African culture is the use of the lives of ancestors to make conditions better for contemporaries. The discipline of Africology, in its functional paradigmic approach, calls for the scholar to look to his or her ancestors to find action-oriented policy solutions for the needs of the African people. I agree with that. Thus, this chapter, I have chosen to investigate how Malcolm X helped us frame an approach to human rights. You know this. C. Jackson, who's the other one? Al Sharpton, all the NAACP, they never talk about human rights. They always talk about civil rights, which is privilege which can be revoked. So according to the Moorish Knights Temple doctrine, that falls under the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which are called what? Dead badges of law. Malcolm X, who implored Africans in America to engage their struggle for dignity as an international loan for human rights, is a preeminent example of an ancestor with instructive capacity. Do you all know how high the language is and the type of words this guy is using? This is not no newspaper you read. This is high-level communication now. In terms of concrete strategy, Malcolm believed the United Nations Human Rights Commission was the perfect venue to bring the human rights movement of Afro-Americans to the forefront of the world's attention. The Yamasee Moors is doing something that has not been done. We are allowing people to send us their complaints. We're going to ship them directly to the Office of the High Commission on Human Rights. Now, the date is 24th coming up. It has to be in New York City on the 24th of May. So any complaints that you have, you can write the complaint up, provided you have done an SF-181. This is where, and the importance of SF-181 is important because what? Black has no standing at law. So when the UN permanent form came, not the permanent form, but the working group of experts, so-called experts on people of African descent came over, they jumped in, ducked out. Aaron was able to put in their hands, Aaron and Ahanu were able to put up, oh, I'm breaking up? Oh, okay. Ann said maybe on Ann's, it's breaking up on Ann. Don't worry, we got the recording going, so we'll get that to you. So what happened here is this. They came over, Aaron and Ahanu put the SF-181 in the experts' hands. They have it. They have the statutory, not the statutory, the SF-181. They have the iPads. They have the, what's the other one that you gave them, Aaron?
I gave the SF-181, the iPads, Constitution is Void, HR 194, Motu Proprio, World Day of Peace, our appointment from you, from both of us, Sestaki Vayak, I think it is, 1707. There's a whole list of stuff. What I'll do is I'll go on YouTube and grab the video so you all can see me handing it to the chairman of the working group of experts for people of African descent. So I'll grab that and you all can see it for yourself. And I'll also put in there what we actually handed to the chair as well, which is the chief's submission, which was 5 pages as well. So hold on for a second.
Yeah, so you go ahead and do that. So I'll keep going on. So now what happens here is this. All these guys again, Taj, all of them, I name all of them, you're trying to get freedom. Why are you not at these international conferences? Nanya Aql was at the UN just a couple weeks ago. Not even a couple weeks, it was just last week. I was on the 9th, he was there, and then he was there a week before that. I'm just going to go to my homepage and go to the photos so you can see that he's there at the United Nations. These guys are talking about world class, going to the world, and all this stuff, and yet they won't even go to the UN, and there's a whole bunch of Moors that's up in the UN. Hold on a second here. Just want to go to my albums, because he would put all his pictures of the UN. Okay, where is it here? Nope, that's not the one. Let's see here. Photos. Let me try photos of you. Let's see.
Is what experience?
Go ahead, Aaron.
I'm sorry, that was the audio running just for a second. I'm trying to find actually the time where I put it in her hand. So I can
Okay, you go ahead and find that and then send the link, and then we can play that. I'll play it on my end once you get the timing. Okay, I know. I'll just go to Hughes. This is Hughes' page on Facebook. QL. All right. Okay, this will be his photos.
Okay.
This is amazing. Why are his photos not coming? Okay, his photos. There we go. Okay, this is Nanya Akuel. This is him. This is him at the UN. There's another picture where you can see him in a panoramic. This is it. These are the ones I want right here. So this is at the United Nations in New York. This was the conference on the world drug problem. And so this is him sitting down, and there's another picture that's coming up where he's got his credentials here and the tickets that he had at one of the other events. Where are we at here? Let's see here. There we go. Here it is. April 21st. There were 2 events happening that day, so he went to all of them. There's the sign-in sheet at the UN, and he did that as our authorized representative. He's also a member of Qatar. There's another event that he's at with our flag there. It's just showing that he was in there. He participated. There you see another shot of him. That's another event there. We're standing room only. This is the comprehensive cure for drug users and their families. That was the World Conference on the drug problem. So, as you all can see, this is what we're talking about. Talk is cheap, as everyone knows. Actions speak louder than words, and this is about doing it, not about talking about it. Now, here is, this is to the President of the General Assembly. Excellency, in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 70-181 on the special session of the General Assembly on the world drug problem to be held in 2016, I have the honor to enclose here with a list of representatives of relevant non-governmental organizations and NGOs, representatives of civil society and the scientific community, academia, youth groups, and other relevant stakeholders which have applied to participate in the special session from the 19th to the 21st of April 2016. I intend, in the absence of any objection by the 6th of April 2016, to approve the list for accreditation to participate in the special session. Please accept, Excellency, the assurances of my highest consideration. Hogan's Lykoff. To all permanent representatives and permanent observers to the United Nations. Now when we go to the next page, what do you see? What do you see there, Grey Wolf? I see that I highlighted. You there? Nation, Saamus, war, Canada. That's okay. That's us. Yes, that's us. So, you don't see anybody else, MSTA, none of these other guys, Pawmunkey, none of that. Nope. So now, going back to the reading here, for Malcolm X. Malcolm X, who implored Africans in America to engage their struggle for dignity as an international loan for human rights is a preeminent example of an ancestor with instructive capacity. In terms of concrete strategy, Malcolm believed the United Nations Human Rights Commission was the perfect venue to bring the human rights movement of Afro-Americans to the forefront of the world. Near the end of his life, Malcolm began laying the foundation for this tactic by appealing to whom he surmised were the natural allies of Afro-descendants in the United States, the leaders of newly independent African states. In his words, he saw leaders such as Nkrumah and Kenyatta as the agents needed for the African in America to gain global moral support for the struggle in the United States in the international arena. This chapter evaluates the efficacy of the strategy proposed by Malcolm X to use the UN Human Rights Commission, now referred to as the Human Rights Council or HRC, as a venue of struggle for Afro-descendants. To make this assessment, this will examine the primary mechanism of the HRC for reviewing the human rights situations in UN member states, the Universal Periodic Review. So now we're going to scroll over the next page. Let's see here, 12, let me go right here, 22, 28. Okay, this is the first UPR cycle on Afro-descendants. The United States underwent its first UPR in November 2010. Prior to the first cycle, the United States submitted its self-report to the HRC. United States officials state the purpose of the report is to provide a partial snapshot of the current human rights situation in the United States, including some of the areas where problems persist in our society. The report focuses mainly on the country's commitment to civil and political rights, reinforcing the United States' established position prioritizing these rights to the near complete exclusion of economic, cultural, and social ones. In the section titled A Commitment to Foster a Society where Citizens are Empowered to Exercise Their Rights, the report reviews the U.S. practices in the fields of health, education, and housing. Nowhere in this section does there appear a connection to these fields to justiciable rights that the government is bound to respect, promote, or fulfill. So now, over here now, Afro-descendant peoples as collective agents within CSOs and NGOs were afforded the opportunity to contribute to the UPR through the drafting of shadow reports concerning their perceptions of the human rights situation in the United States. Of the 103 reports compiled by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, only a handful came from civil society organizations representing Afro-descendants. So when we click on 28, you'll see organizations of three were all for reparations and emancipation, the National Conference of Black Lawyers, Yamasee people, and the Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors. All these guys running around, Taj, Cujo, Pleasant Bay, Nakim Bay, Hakim Bay, all of them are saying a bunch of nonsense. They ain't saying they ain't recognizing actually. Yet, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali that they claim they love and promote, they always do it. They always knock him off. They always do that. They always got him, knock him off.
All the time. Yeah, especially when it's getting good.
I know. Wow.
I mean, he's out.
Hey, you know how it is, El Barak.
As soon as he said Asakata, nation of Yamasee Moors, it was a wrap. He wasn't here no more. That's crazy.
Okay, you there?
Hey, there he is.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, now I can't hear you guys. Hold on a second. Okay, you there?
I hear you.
It's saying the mic is on, but I can't hear y'all. Okay, Sa is logging out. She's gonna log back in. All right. So again, so as you can see, this is real. To be recognized by scholars in the book Contemporary Critical Thought in Africology and Africana Studies. Rest of these guys aren't even mentioned. So we know that they read our report. And for those that may not have seen it, let's see here. Let's see, Atsikata UPR report. Okay. And I'll have to... Can you hear me?
Sure.
So we'll have to use that base switch it so you take that one and go upstairs.
Here's an echo.
Mute yours and see.
I'm ready to get carrier pigeons.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, but there's an echo.
Okay, they're on the laptops then. Because Saab muted her laptop.
Let me mute my...
Oh, hold on. Okay, here I want to try something here. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I muted everybody. Oh, hear me now? All right. Okay, I'm back. You can hear me? Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so y'all can hear me, but I cannot hear y'all. How are we going to do this?
You hear me now?
Hold on a second. Let's see here.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me
Yeah,
on
because I muted myself a moment ago because I heard an echo. After
All right, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me now?
still an echo.
Well, how is this? Saw's muted. Hold on. Okay, can you all hear me?
Turn down the speaker.
Yeah, turn down the speaker volume. All right, how's that? Is that okay? See if you can turn up just a little bit, just so I can hear them.
And I'll just see if moving it away will decrease the echo.
Okay, so everyone can hear, right? Okay, great. All right, so as you can see, this is what we're talking about. So none of these other individuals. No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you could left it on the table. Yeah, because otherwise you put it over there, I can't hear. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Yeah, so this is again proof positive that what Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors, Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors, Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors is for real. Okay, so I'm going to click here for those that have not seen it, and I will put it in here. This is a document for you to read. We show what we're doing. This is what we do. Give full disclosure. So this was the UPR submission that we did back in 2010. So I'm just putting over here, this I guess is on my timeline. So for people who want to know, when I put the meeting here for the go-to meeting, this is it here. I'm just going to keep doing that and giving the links because we want this out for everybody to see. This is going to shut these charlatans up, and these agents and these demons and these black demon Moors that are going out there and damaging people. So if they really have something that they're serious about, then they can come with it. And I mean, show some facts. But we know they can't do it because, as was mentioned before, they need the word black in order to exist. So now it makes me think like of the movie THX 1138, which is the movie that came out before Star Wars, and the Nubian in the movie called himself a hologram. This is in the movie. So, for those of you that have came in late, again, this is just a quick synopsis, and when we go back to the questions that this is as an example, this box here represents the matrix. Everything outside the matrix is much bigger. The matrix is really a small world. Now, within that world, there's infinite illusion. MSTA, RV Bey, Great Seal, Washitaw Pawmunkey, MNSRS, the Nuwabians, all of them are in here. Matrix, or you can also call this what? The plantation. The SF-181 is the key that opens the door to the bigger universe, the bigger existence. They won't even talk about it or fight it or even try to disprove it. So for them failing to disprove it means it is valid. They are under what? Stockholm Syndrome, Willie Lynch programming, because they can smell freedom, but they're afraid to. And just like Jesus said, the attorneys could enter the Holy of Holies, but they don't. And then they refuse to allow you all to get into the Holy of Holies or to get out into the much bigger world, a much bigger existence, based on fact and not belief. So this is what we have accomplished at Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors. So when you get mentioned in the General Assembly by the UN, this is an official document. It's also a legal document. And this is signed. That's international. Does that not fall in line with what Malcolm X was trying to do? And then further, again, cursed be Canaan. That's for those Canaan land Moors. So all those young people going to Canaan land, that's curse. Right there in a temple of cursing. One other thing I wanted to bring up. Okay, where is it here? Or did they discontinue their Moorish American line of clothing? I don't think so. Here we go. Moorish American books, fez items, and flags. This is the place I get my tarbas from. So now, they're selling African origins. They used to sell Circle 7 and then stopped. African American first. We know Barack Obama is not the first president of the United States of America. Babylon to Timbuktu, Christianity and Islam, or Islam. What's the other one here? The flag of Islam, the God signs of black power, message to the black man. Now, I thought this was exclusively printed by Nation of Islam. So how come this company is selling message to the black man? Moorish Americas, Light of Ali, Moorish Circle 7. The Supreme Wisdom, the Valley of the Dry Bones, the Holy Quran, the Quran. Which page is this? This is page 1. Okay, hold on a second, please. Okay, we'll go to page 2. I'm showing you all this for a reason. Yaqub, Underground Railroad, and that's an African American Family Bible. Is everybody seeing what I'm just showing you? What's happening here? These Moors are talking to white man. He's selling your stuff. I don't hear them saying anything or having any objection to that. So, if they're serious again about freedom, if you could own something, there's books out there that you cannot get online for free. They make it so you got to pay for it. So again, for Moorish Science Temple to sit there and say that, they're following the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, this is supposed to be intellectual property protection. That falls under the WIPO Convention of 1989 in Bern, Switzerland. And WIPO stands for World Intellectual Property Organization. So somebody takes something that is considered your intellectual property, you have remedy and recourse to that. That's why hip-hop is not controlled. It's owned by Amorites. So all these rappers need to shut up. They don't own it. It's not your culture. If it was, nobody could take it and monetize it. That's why there's a blues festival, and somebody was saying, yeah, I wanted to go check out some blues. It's all Amorites on the bill. Why? Black has no standing at law. So, Grey Wolf, for those individuals that are having a problem, all right, 2 minutes. In case I didn't mention this, you got 2 minutes with them. If they can't grasp that or get excited or get energized by what you're saying, they're mentally dead. Maybe something else will spark them down the road. You ain't got time to wait for them. Either you get this or you don't. You ain't fight. We're not fighting with anybody as far as trying to convince them. What this conference for solutions for the MSTA fraud, the Great Seal fraud, and all of that fraud, the solution for this is the purposes, the damage that you and other people have sustained. So now, we're worldwide. Atsikata is recognized internationally, accepted by scholars. You can't beat that. Meanwhile, what's his name? Cornel West knows about the SF-181 and won't do the letter of endorsement. So the teachings that Steve Coakley and the lectures he did talking about the Black Boule stopping progress, this is what we're talking about. That's why when the Black Boule come up, we call them out. Nanya Akiwa just stepped to Malik Shabazz just yesterday and said, how could you say you're Black Power when you're an attorney, and as an attorney you have an oath to the British Accredited Registry, which is the harlot spoken of in Revelations. You can't do that. You can't flip-flop and say for black people, but then you have a contract. That includes, what's his name? The one who can't speak for Trayvon Martin. What's homeboy's name? See, it's not even important. Benjamin Crump. Benjamin Crump. Judge Mathis. Judge Joe Brown. All these judge shows that have Nubians on them. All the black sheriffs, the black clerks, the black probation officers. You all know about that story about the black probation officers that got pulled over by their colleagues at gunpoint. You know about that, right? No? Let me see here. Let's see if I can find this here in Google real quick. Black police officers pulled over. That's it right there. 4 black police officers pulled over at gunpoint. Right. So while that loads up, I'll continue. At gunpoint, because somebody saw them in the car and they saw guns, so they called the police and got pulled over. And then when they got pulled over, the dispatch said they're officers, and they still didn't want to believe they were officers. So that's why they ended up turning around and suing the department. Oh yeah, they've been listening to the weekly addresses, the ones that we do. Like I said, this was specifically for MSTA, MNRS, the Nuwabians will even get put into this, and like, look, cut the crap. It's no longer fake it till you make it. Everyone's going to check your credentials out. If your credentials ain't straight, you're done. You can't show your face talking around you're a teacher or coming out saying you're a teacher and then you don't have anything to support. There's nobody that I know have said Taj has assisted them or Nakim Bey or Hakim Bey. They don't talk about that. They don't show their documentation. They just say we're a government. I said, well, if you're a government, then you should have somebody that acknowledges that you're even in existence. They don't have to. You don't seek the recognition. You have a right, and you're entitled to those rights. But the thing is, at a certain point, the fiction has to accept the real. Much as they hate to, they have to. They're not mentioned here. So I'm just waiting for this thing. Again, for officers, it's like, wow, man, this is just taking forever. So this is the video here, the Church and the Law Part 2. So that's an excerpt. So if those of you interested in it, you can go ahead and contact Sa. What is this, Moorish American? Yeah, this is an excellent video. I think you gave the time. Did you give the time there was a video you were looking up, Aaron, and I forgot. We got sidetracked.
Oh, it was the submission. I can repost it. Hold on.
Okay, yeah. Just to make sure it's in the chat here first.
Yeah, I did. Hold on. All right. And 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 5 seconds.
Okay, I think
that
was
that, and
I just clicked on it right now.
Okay, and here is this was what the link that I put in there is what was inside the envelope.
Okay.
All right, that's that link.
So
I had to move to a new location because Scrib took some of my documents down.
Yeah, they've taken some of my documents down too.
Yep.
You
So
know,
I had
but
to
the
move
thing is, there's other people that are on other sides of the planet that have backup copies of our stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, but I got the more important ones. I have copies of those. He was got copies of. We're gonna repost them on that information you gave me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good. Good. Yeah,
okay,
it was excellent.
So go ahead and describe this here, Aaron.
Okay. This is when they have finished the Q&A with all the NGOs and CSOs at the this is the Washington this is the United Nations Information Center in Washington D.C. and this was after the Q&A. A lot of the CSOs did not get a chance to speak. It was only for media, which was a disappointment. And if you see the beginning of the video, I explained that they didn't have any logos or posters about people of African descent. You only see the flag of the UN. And when you go to I just gave it to her already, you had passed it. But if you start at 122, you'll see me giving her a blue folder. The link that has after the video, that's what was in the folder. That's at the new location where I got a lot of my documents at right now. So you see me with my tar bush on. And I'm just waiting to speak to that's Fran's Fanny's daughter. That's Miss Fanny Mendez. See the blue folder?
Yes.
I just gave it to her. I just gave it to her.
Okay, and then now click here. I'm clicking it, so we're going this in tandem while this comes up. Hold on, let me just double click here.
Right, and the next link in the chat is what was actually given to what was inside the folder. You see her holding the folder? She has it in her hand, and the guy's taking the picture. Right there.
Oh, yeah, she's holding it.
Yeah, she's holding it, see?
Oh, yeah, she's holding it.
So she know about the SF-181. See her carrying it out?
Yep. In her hands.
She has it.
So that's knowledge.
That's right.
That's UCC 1-202. Okay, the link's just coming up.
Okay.
Okay, so another thing, as we're going back, I just want to back to the export. I did one for a Nubian, so-called, from on Renatskwa. And he was with the Moorish Science Temple, and I did an export declaration for him. And he's this guy's an agent unto himself, Neteru, and the guy, always some craziness with this dude. But in any event, when stuff looked like it got a little rough, he said, I'm in the United States. So I was like, well, then you need to give back this export declaration that I did, because you can go join the United States and the rest of them in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So this is him, Neteru. This is an actual export declaration. This is an original that he got. That's the front. This is the back of it. So now as we go further down here, oh, is this still loading? Okay, hold on a sec. Okay, this is still loading. Just give it a second here. unless. Okay, yeah, this is still loading. So now let's go over to this one here. Okay, this is the link that Aaron just gave, so we'll let that load up. Well, you notice how everything is getting slow, and I'm just closing windows up to increase speed here. So again, just for some of you all to know, Sara Sutansetti, some of you may not have known, he wanted to have a conversation with me privately, and I said no. This is on Facebook, so people have the link. If they want, they can come in. I can hold up to 100, so the most we had was around 24. So for Ann and for Grey Wolf and the people that you know, yeah, they need to watch this, and they also need to realize that it's time to call these guys out for frauds and put their name out there and force them to have to either answer or stay silent. They've done too much damage to too many people. I get the calls. You know, even some guys down in Atlanta, same thing. And like, why is everybody are they afraid of him, or is it what Dr. Carl Sagan said? They know they got scammed, so they don't want to say anything because it's too embarrassing.
You know, I've listened to some of the older lectures that Taj Tarik Khatib Bey has given. They send you around in circles. They never really completely address even the subject matter or the title of the lecture that he's supposed to be. He spends so much time trying to telling you about what you don't know and how you're not doing what it is that you're actually supposed to be doing. Never gives you any information on how to get from where you are. He talks about nationality. He talks about, you know, he talks in circles. He tries to bedazzle you with his bullshit on etymology and the etymon and the breakdown of or origins of certain words or whatever, but he doesn't get to the actual point of the matter. How do we get from the state that we're in now to freedom? Commercially, judicially, politically, never gets there. And you can look at his lectures one after the other. He addresses a lot of issues. Well, he brings up a lot of different issues, adhesion contracts, this, that, and the other. But it's just a bunch of useless information that you really can't use. It's like the guy that comes to your town that says that he's going to be giving a free seminar on how to become a real estate investor and not spend your own money. And he's sitting there talking to you for an hour and a half about bullshit. But the books and the DVDs and the CDs are in the back, and they $50 and $150. That's the kind of games that these knuckleheads are playing with people.
You see here, circle 7? See that?
Yeah.
Okay. That's for other people, as well as yourself, but it's for other people to know. Circle 7. 7 means God. Isn't that what they say?
That's what they say.
Okay. So their job is to keep you inside the circle.
When I think of all the times that I walked into a courtroom standing on the square and walked in on my own and being led out in handcuffs, I gotta laugh about it now.
Yeah, it's easy to laugh now. Wasn't that funny at the time?
It damn sure was not funny at the time. When we're talking about over 20 years ago, in the 90s, you know, when all the Christians around me were already looking at me like I had lost my damn mind, walking around with a fez on my head every day, you know, speaking about Moorish science and what our rights were and who we were and who they weren't and this, that, and the other. And every time I go up against them, I get the short end of the stick. When I got arrested for contempt of court, who bailed me out? A Christian, my parents. There wasn't a Mo in sight.
Not at all.
Wasn't a Mo in sight.
Not at all.
And,
okay,
and
just some more pictures of Piru at the UN.
What were they going to do but put themselves in the same situation? As a matter of fact, at the time, me being new, coming in 91, they were looking, because I had a particular load of fire with me, they were looking for me to show them something that they hadn't done in their 30 years before. So this is how Taj, Sabir, Sabir, Polite, and the rest of these losers came into power. I started out with Taj Tarik Bey. He's from Camden, New Jersey. And they used to have a Moorish roundtable that we used to attend together. We used to go up to New York and Queens and see our Amir. I think he's passed on now. But his name was Rami Yusuf Bey. And basically, before I got in contact with Maku, the ancestors led me to a blog talk recording on YouTube. It wasn't of my own doing. The ancestors led me right to it. And these two brothers, it was revealed right there. It's like, well, before Rami died, he admitted that what he was doing was like an experiment. He was trying to see if it was going to work, or who among us that was getting this information was going to be the one to stand up and take it to the next level. You know what? Property, time, freedom lost messing with those jackasses. And there's no other explanation except what Maku revealed. Taj, Sabir, the rest of those guys, they've got to be agents. They've got to be agents.
Exactly. And that's why again, all the people specifically in Trenton, New Jersey, the ones who are real serious about going forward, or the ones who realize that they've been taken advantage of, they need to say something about this. And now, after this is precedent setting. This is what a lot of people don't realize. This is our Storic, or my Storic, or Yamas Storic.
Yeah.
In that, we're doing this. We put the links out on Facebook, and other people I know, they got Twitter and stuff, they're putting the links too, and we put it out there for, okay, we're opening this up, which I don't do, for all those others that don't know. So when I'm done and I record this and I upload it, this is for everybody to share. So everybody will hear the recording and they will see the documents. Case in point, I want to show something I meant to show. When they want to start talking about Constitution, this is an apostille we got. You can see it right here. And this apostille we got was on the Constitution. I got this directly from the Georgia archives. Division of Archives and History. And this was signed by the director, David Carmichael. Now here you're looking at an archive copy off of the microfiche off the United States Constitution, the Constitution for the United States of America. And over here, I'll put this as close as I can so you can see where, let's see here, and it says Indians not taxed. Can you all see that?
In that Constitution, yeah.
It's highlighted in yellow.
Mm-hmm.
So it says Indians not taxed. So when you see all these Amorites trying to call themselves sovereign, they really want to say they are indigenous. But they can't say that because then they would have to give, well, where's your family from? Well, I was born here. That doesn't make you indigenous. So now they're realizing the problem that they have in that now that I showed you all the video with Representative Kanjorski saying someone threw us in the middle of the Atlantic, all of that, all these guys from Africa Bambaataa to Nature El Bey, Mahir Tarik Bey, all of these guys know, but they're not talking about it. So they're not about freedom. It's about a hustle. All right. I'm going to open because I did mostly the MSTA, and this is a rare night, especially on a Thursday. I'm opening. It's not going to be restricted to the MSTA stuff. Any questions? Anybody have any questions? First, let me get this clear. I can see Grey Wolf. I can see Aaron. I can see El Barak and Satepanwa, and of course your screen's black. Anybody else if they have a question, your name's not mentioned, please put your question in the chat. I'm going through the chats now to see the question. Okay, Sionia, you made a statement. Taj also has been in his lectures altering documents not belonging to him. Taj is a plagiarist, big time. Diani told me about this. My mate told me at the time. She told me already that Taj has already. He'll take a document if you write a book or a pamphlet. He'll take that, retype it, put his name on it, and then sell it. He's been doing that. And that's talking like late 70s. So now you hear the last video I saw Taj talking about, he was with Neteru, right? So when I hear guys saying we want to break up the white man and bust the white man up, and you ain't talking about Standard Form 181, you were agent, straight up. Straight up. I'm like, the easiest thing you want to do to mess with the white man, call yourself white. That's all you have to do. It's that simple. And you win. Nubians can't do that. But they can shape shift and become different personalities when they're at the job and then when they're with their friends, but they can't do that. Sionia Haley, they treat us like crash dummies, but it's up to us to study and get right knowledge. Okay, that's another statement. And I'm so glad I did not send my paperwork in. Something in my spirit would not let me send Taj Tarik Bey. Oh, while we're on that subject, so I don't forget, where is it here? This was a document. You all saw this on Facebook. This was a document that was an email, and I put it up on the album. This was the, where are we at here? At Sakata. Where are you hiding? Okay, hold on, my album. Let's try this here. Okay, great. This was a document where I had gotten an email from, what's his name? This is it. This is a Phoenix Mikael had asked me a question about the UPR report. Now, this was on April 29th. And I'm going to read this because I told him I was putting this up on the internet. And he said, I don't give you consent to do anything. He said, you on Turtle Island, son. I greet you, brother, and wish for your continued success with favor from all ancestors assigned to you in love and for your protection. This inquiry is to determine what was the result of the following letter sent to the UN a few years ago. And then my response, because I have the email over here. Where are you hiding at? There we go. Emails. Hold on. L emails. Okay, this is it here. There's the email here. Okay, let's see here. Okay, this inquiry is to determine what was the result of the following letter sent to the UN a few years ago. Now, that was 2010. This is 2016, so that's a little bit more than a few. So, obviously, he went and read it, cut it, pasted to ask me about that. He could have put the link in, but I know where the link is, because when you click on the link, it's from the library of the Office of the High Commission on Human Rights, so that's their website. That's international. That's a legal document. Just for all y'all paying attention out there. So this is what he said. He highlighted the part of it. This is not all of it. This part of it. What was the result of this? What outcome or acknowledgement? Phoenix Mikael or Michael. So then I responded by this saying, Taj Tarik Bey is an agent. We got him on tape, perjuring himself, claiming to work with our nation. You got that joker hyphen crook hyphen finesse hyphen master, comma, conspirator signing your documents as a consul, not knowing we have caught him on Facebook numerous times, taking down posts exposing him as a fraud. I want nothing to do with you all if you are not going to hold that agent, shapeshifter, finesse master, fraud hyphen artist liable. See the following. So I'll click on the link so we can get the full screen versus the screenshot there. So now this was their proclamation in honor for the day for the Sheikh Maxim Republic. Societas Republica e Almoricanos. Yes, they also should know Fros este salare fraudem. So as we continue going down, this is their whereas this, whereas that, statute, blah, blah, blah. When we get down to the end here, now this was February 18th, 2014. Now, MC, they're going to say Moorish calendar. Now, according to Pope Francis, the Christian calendar is based on a miscalculation, which means that every contract is void and fraudulent, because they said they don't know when Jesus was born, what season he was born in, or what city he was born in. And I know that for a fact. Where's that book here? I want to show this. Just give me 1 second here. Where are you hiding? Okay, this is my book. This is my homeboy. Pope Benedict XVI wrote this book called The Jesus Narratives. They only printed 100,000 of these books out. So if you see one online and it's expensive, you know why. So on page 61, let's see here. Yeah, on page 61, I got it highlighted here. On the 23rd of September, the Emperor's birthday, between morning and evening, the shadow of this sun clock moved about 150 meters straight along the equinox. Further down, let's see here. Okay, I'll just read the whole thing. To the very center of the Ara passes, there is thus a direct line from the birth of this man to Pax, that's P-A-X. And in this way, it is clearly demonstrated that he is natus ad pacem, born for peace. The shadow comes from a ball, and the ball is both the heavenly sphere and the earthly globe, a symbol of dominion over the world which is now at peace. This is Why Wahar. This is a book called Why Wahar on page 459. Here we see the second aspect of Augustus. Now this is talking about Caesar Augustus. Here we see the second aspect of of Augustus's self-image. The universality that, once again, he himself put on display in a very public record of his life and work, listing specific facts. The so-called Monumentum Aniciranum. This brings us back to the registration of all the inhabitants of the empire, by which the birth of Jesus of Nazareth is linked to Caesar Augustus. There is a long-running dispute among experts regarding this tax collection, population census in parentheses, but there is no need for us to enter into all the details here. One initial problem can be solved quite easily. The census took place at the time of King Herod the Great, who actually died in the year 4 BC. The starting point for our reckoning of time, the calculation of Jesus' date of birth, goes back to the monk Dionysius Exiguus, or Exiguus, circa 550, who evidently miscalculated by a few years. The historical date of the birth of Jesus is therefore to be placed a few years earlier. Does everybody comprehend now what that means? That means the date that they're saying is messed up. It's off. Now, when we go to page 65, I do not see how a basis for this theory can be gleaned. Okay, oh, yeah, this is, let me see here. Okay, okay, good. We'll go 64. There is a further important element. Augustus' instruction regarding the registration for tax purposes of all the citizens of the Ecumene leads Joseph, together with Mary, his betrothed, to Bethlehem, the city of David. And thus it helps to bring to fulfillment the promise of the prophet Micah that the shepherd of Israel would be born in that city. The emperor unwittingly contributes to the realization of the prophecy. The history of the Roman Empire is interwoven with the history of the salvation that God established with Israel. The history of God's election, hitherto confined to Israel, enters the wider world. It enters world history. God, who is the God of Israel and of all peoples, shows himself to be the true guiding force behind all history. Significant exponents of modern exegesis take the view that when Matthew and Luke say Jesus was born in Bethlehem, they are making a theological statement, not a historical one. In actual fact, these exegetes claim Jesus was born in Nazareth, period. By placing the birth of Jesus in Bethlehem, the evangelists are thought to have refashioned history theologically, in accordance with the promises, so as to make it possible to designate Jesus on the basis of his birthplace as the long-awaited shepherd of Israel. I do not see how a basis for this theory can be gleaned from the actual sources. As far as the birth of Jesus is concerned, the only sources we have are the infancy narratives of Matthew and Luke. The two evidently belong to quite distinct narrative traditions. They are marked by different theological visions, just as the historical details are in some respects different. Matthew apparently did not know that Jesus and Mary were both originally from Nazareth. Hence, on returning from Egypt, Joseph initially wants to go to Bethlehem, and it is only the news that a son of Herod is reigning in Judea that causes him to travel to Galilee instead. So, fraud all the way around. This was the Pope that I sent the voiding of the papal bull to. Then the Vatican blocked me and wouldn't let me email them. Don't matter, you all have copies of it. It's on the internet. So, getting back to this response here. As we go down, International Law Council Taj Tarik Khatib Bey. Taj Tarik Khatib Bey. So, what's going on here? How is he a consul with these guys, Shamaks and Moors? Because a consul means he is knowledgeable in all maritime contracts. The exportation of the U.S., Canada, and Mexico is a maritime contract, which means they can't do maritime here. They have to do it out in the sea. Everybody getting that? So he signed this document. I was nonetheless, I was far from pleased, and said, well, you guys have Taj as your international consul, and you're asking me about the UPR report that was done 6 years ago. So apparently something has triggered that they realize they're behind. Now they want to catch up. You can't cram for and examine this. You'll go crazy if you think you're going to try and get 6 years inside of a month. So I gave him the necessary links exposing the fraud of Taj, and I said, I don't want nothing to do with you guys. So I told them, back over here, where are we at here? Scroll down. Gave him all the links, all the videos, everything. I said, your organization is hereby ordered to prosecute this agent, charlatan, crook, Taj Tarik Khatib Bey, etc., etc., for his willful and knowledgeable participation in genocide. Should your organization refuse to prosecute Taj Tarik Khatib Bey, then I accept your organization's inaction as a refusal to do so, and you condone his damage to Moors, indigenous peoples, autochthonous peoples here on Turtle Island, Atlan, Muu-lan, Amexem, land of frogs, and the world over. You have 10 days to formally bring indigenous claims of damage, genocide, crimes against humanity, and trafficking in human cargo against Taj Tarik Khatib Bey and any other associated business partners of his. So, that was what? April 30th, and 10 is what? The 10th? And we are on what? The 19th? And I did send an email to the Shamexem Moors. They got a copy of this. Or Shaayuaat. I did send a copy. So, this audio, this conference is now an international tender that all Moors that are associated with Taj Tarik Bey and refuse to bring him up on charges of fraud for damaging people on Turtle Island, I now, as plenipotentiary, :Nanya-Shabu, Ale, and chief of the Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors, hereby state that all who see Taj Tarik Bey anywhere he is at is to inform him that he is now an enemy of Turtle Island. This includes him and all his associated business partners. And I will be tendering international instruments to deal with him, because I don't need to deal that. All I need to do is make those instruments international, that the Moorish Science Temple, Great Seal, Moorish National Republic State, all of them are crooks, criminals that are doing damage to genuine individuals and genuine autochthons seeking for their international rights. So as such, I'll still give them 10 days. So all the people on this call, you send it out. Once I get the audio converted, I will send it out. And they got 10 days, and I'm going to draft, because I am the plenipotentiary. And I will draft that this guy needs to be taken, he needs to be taken into custody. This is where these guys know that I'm serious. Does anyone have any questions on this? This is my second order. The first one was voiding the papal bull. This is the second order that I'm doing, and now all eyes are seeing, all are witnesses to this. Because we're going to stop him and the rest of these charlatans on Turtle Island damaging us and making it difficult for us to attain and sustain our indigenous and autochthonous rights eternally. Does anybody have any questions? All right, Aaron, I can see Aaron El-Barak, Satep Ra, I can see Grey Wolf, and Ashira. Everyone else who's got questions, please put it in the chat if you do. If not, then I think that might be it. Okay, and my daughter did that, and they did not even know how to respond. Okay, oh, that's calling herself white. Okay. Okay, Seonia, when doing my SF-181 and attachments on the Pope apology document, his picture is not coming up. Can I get the document, not picture? Can I still use the document without? Yes, once it's a publication, Huffington Post had it. So you can, if you go to that and type in Google Images, you should be able to get something like that, Seonia. Okay, you got knocked off and just came back in. So that's it. So I think, is there anything else, Grey Wolf and Ann, that you want to? Okay, Ann, how do you deal with them when you are forced into court? Deal with who? Yeah, you muted your phone, Ann. Could you please unmute your phone? Yes. Can you hear me? Okay, I guess your mic's still not working. Okay, magistrates. Which magistrates? State, local, federal? Yeah, so for those that want to know, with that order that I'm putting out, it's going to be essentially a letter of marque on Taj Tarik Bey under maritime. So once I issue that letter of marque, local. I don't know what the situation is, and so that's something you have to explain. What is the situation? Because remember, Taj Tarik Bey said he's an international consul, so he should know what a letter of marque is. You don't want a letter of marque. I'm going to give them, because it's going to be out. I know people are going to share this video. There'll be a time frame. They can find the time and all that stuff. You know, but 10 days from now. So we're talking the 29th, which will be Sunday. To give them and the Shemaxim a time to respond. But after the 29th of May, a letter of marque is going out on MSTA, Moorish Science Temple, Moorish National Republic State, because they're all contracted with the United States. Oh yeah, they all contracted with them. That's going to go out on all those ones that are damaging. All of them. I'm going to put all their names in, and I'll issue a letter of marque. What is our time that we go by? Gray Wolf? Okay, our time. Okay, hold on. And okay, Child Protective Services, taking children on false charges. That's good. You're gonna have to contact me for consultation, and so I know exactly what that's pertaining to. Because if you haven't done your, okay, I think you did your SF-181, but if you haven't done your statutory declaration and your statutory claim, then you have to get that done before any type of commercial remedy can be looked at, because you have to make sure that you've put it out there, you've published it, people know, your girlfriend knows, your ex-boyfriend you can't stand know, everybody got to know before we make that next step. Understand? Gray Wolf, what is our time that we go by? Okay, this is our time, Gray Wolf. Our time starts, find out when the sun is at its apex or zenith in where you're at. Our time is basically based off of what's happening off of Atlanta. So, but still look at what time the sun is at high point where you're at. Okay, so when the sun is at its highest, let's say it's 1:30 in New Jersey, just guessing, all right, Gray Wolf? So they say it's 1:30, that's when our time frame starts, down to here, which is sunset. And our time is based on 19. So every what you call 19 seconds is equal to a first on our time. Every 19 minutes, which is equivalent to 1 har, which is an hour. So every 57 minutes is equivalent to 3 har, or 3 hours. So it's all 19 and a multiple of 19. So from sunrise, that is still the layover from when the sun set coming back around. Understand? So if you got the watches that have the face with the 12, 3, 6, 9, so now you start looking at time as a stop, like a stopwatch, so a counter. So that would be your, 4. This would be 19. After the age of 65. And you're hearing this, you might say, okay, but this is really a crucial issue right now. Not having, thanks for having me on. Okay, so this is where you're looking at, that's where your time is at. So now, when you put them together, what do you get? A pyramid. So, first, 1 har, 57 minutes. There's a lot that goes on before that age of Social Security eligibility. It was really hinging the status of the African American community on the economic condition of African American women. So that's why their time is always on second. Ours is first. And 361 first would be 1 second, which is on our time. Actually, do you have the conversion with the clock, with the calendar, Elder? Grey Wolf? I can show that to everybody here. Okay, this is the clock with the conversion. Okay. So 19 firsts is equal to 1 second. So 361 firsts is equal to 19 seconds. 19 seconds is equal to 1 hour, which is an hour. So what you call a second is actually a minute in Gregorian time. Let me just get this because I'm going from 19 seconds. So you have to get 361 firsts here. So that's approximately one minute. So you can see it right here. 38 firsts is equal to 2 seconds, which is approximately 2 minutes in Gregorian time. 57 firsts is equal to 3 seconds. Then 19 seconds, which is what you will call 19 minutes, is 1 hour. 38 minutes, which is approximately 40 minutes, is 2 hours. So just keep it as a counter. So every 38 minutes is considered 2 hours. Every 19 minutes on the watch or on the clock is an hour of our time. And every 57 minutes is equivalent to 3 hours. We call it 57 seconds, 38 seconds, or 19 seconds. Understand? Grey Wolf? Well, hold on a second. Okay, you muted your phone. Unmute your phone, Grey Wolf. Or if you're hearing it on the tablet or whatever. Okay, so do you have this? Yay, nuts? Yay, no? Oh, you have this? Okay, so you got this. Okay. Here, I'll put that in here. This should help for those that don't have it. They can have it.
Isn't this on Scribed?
Pardon?
Didn't you post this on Scribed before?
Yeah, but this one is in Gmail, so it's easier for some people to get instead of me having to log in and go look for it.
Right.
Sionia, when trying to do my own coordinates, how should I go about doing that? Do you have a formula? Coordinates, trying to think here. Let me see if I get some cooperation here from Firefox. I have a company that not a company, but a website that does the coordinates. They'll convert your address into geographic coordinates.
Why does Atsakata time pass so swiftly?
Well, how do you figure how our time passes swiftly?
Well, to qualify that, I'm comparing it to the Gregorian programming that we've done.
Okay, I got you. 60 seconds is what?
60 seconds is an hour.
Okay. And 19 firsts of our time is 1 minute.
And a first is a second.
And a second, 19 first is a second, correct.
So 19 Gregorian seconds is 1 second for us.
Is 1 minute.
Oh, it's 1 minute.
Are you looking at it right here? I have it right here on the screen.
Yep, 19 ticks of their clock is 1 minute for us.
Correct.
Okay.
19 minutes of their clock is 1 hour.
I'm starting to get it now. Okay.
57 minutes of theirs is 3 hours of us. And our clock doesn't start till the sun is at its high point going down.
Okay.
So from sunset, from sunrise up into the apex, that's the layover from the other sunset or shadow hour. Because you have 19 hours of daylight and 19 hours of shadow. So that's why I put the conversion, because I was down in Eatonton and I didn't know how the clock worked. So now when you look at 60 seconds in a minute, how many minutes are an hour?
Oh, 60.
And how many hours are in a day?
24.
6 plus 6 plus 2 plus 4 equals what?
6 plus 6 plus 2 plus 4 equals 18.
And 18 in the spiritual or the biblical numbers is called bondage.
What?
19 is trust. Here, I'll show it to you.
18 is fine. They get on my nerves so bad.
Okay, this is giving me Firefox is giving me
Everything is about an okie doke with them.
Listen, if you knew you came, let's look through their eyes. They have no origin, no history, no science, nothing. They can't even explain how they came into existence. So to deal with the subconscious reality that they are an anomaly to creation, you can see why they have to put their tentacles in everything, because they are a hologram. They are an illusion, albeit a persistent one, and they do damage. What was it I was trying to get for you, Abdur? You wanted?
I guess the breakdown of the clock, the way that you're doing it.
Oh no, not the clock. This was the spiritual numbers.
The number 18 meaning bondage and 19 meaning trust. That's what we want.
Yeah. Hold on a second here. I'll get to your question, Sonia. I haven't forgotten about you. Okay, spiritual numbers. Bible, spiritual numbers. Okay. Okay, so, and this is the, okay, link from Aaron. Okay, yeah, I'm just waiting for your stuff to come up, Aaron. See how long ago that was?
Man, that's crazy.
All right, here we go. Okay, this was the power of attorney, the limited power of attorney that I gave. Okay, so this is the one. This is the document here, so for everybody could see that was granted. And this was for Aaron to attend the working group of experts on people of African descent. And now we saw the video where Aaron put the instruments into the hand. Can I scroll down on this, or I gotta go? How do I get that? The next? Oh, I gotta press play. Okay, there we go. So this is all the documentation that Aaron had given. I'm just gonna put the link here so people can go in there. Let me go on Facebook here, and I'll put this here as well on Facebook. I'm telling y'all, this is precedent setting. Nobody who's saying they're trying to free Nubians has done anything remotely close to this. And we're laying it out. We're giving full disclosure.
Even my screen is froze. I'm still seeing the clock conversion.
Okay, and here is the national submission. So in the submission that was given to the chair in the video that you all saw where Aaron was there. This is one of the letters. We talk about the definition of black and white. SF-181, that was one of the attachments. The iPads, it's there. So they know. And then these are questions that were asked, question for working group. The questions that Aaron had again, and Ahanu was there too, so not to forget, Ahanu had given some documentation in as well. HCR 194 is what you all were looking at. This is S-Con-Res, which is the S-Con-Res is the apology by the U.S. Congress to African Americans for slavery. Where are we at here? Bible numerics, biblical numerics. Okay. This should be in here. Okay. Let's see, is it 12? No, that's not. Okay, here we are. So here's the link. You there, El Barak? Okay, all right, good. All right, so when we look here, 18 is bondage. 19, they put the word faith or trust. So a lot of things that happen, whether they're on TV or events, when you look at the numbers, especially when dealing with these Amorites and what's happening, it's got a spiritual significance of when they move, when they do stuff, why it happened on this day, why they picked this day. That's not by coincidence. They'll tell you publicly they're a Christian, privately they're doing numerology, which goes contrary to the Bible because it said you should not be doing soothsaying, casting of lots and all that kind of stuff. So 7 is what? Resurrection, spiritual completeness, Father's perfection. But the 7 is inside of a circle, which is in an enclosure. Circle 7. So, yeah, 1923 is death. That was Michael Jordan's number when he played basketball. So when he came out, everyone was scared. And then when he retired, was suspended for the year and a half, and came back in the middle of the season and dropped 55 points on New York, everybody was like, he was gone for this, and he used 45. Then when it came playoff time, they said, yeah, 23 used to run past you, but 45 is slower. Then he dropped 45 and put 23. So every time you see what number does LeBron James wear? 23.
It used to be 6.
24 is the priesthood. That's Kobe Bryant, and he scored more points than Jordan, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He first started out with the number 8, new birth, new beginnings. Then he changed it from that to 24, the priesthood.
Mm.
Tell me about the numbers not meaning nothing.
Wow, look at Dr. J, number 6.
I can't hear you, Brock. Oh, what happened? Oh, I think the laptop went crashed. Hold on, I gotta take the audio. Can you still? You can hear me though, right? Okay, yeah, y'all can hear me. You there?
Yes.
Okay, I can't hear you. That other laptop went. So let me get to Sionia's. Convert your address to geographic boarding. Okay, this is it here. So I'll give you the link, Sionia. You have that. Let me see what's happening with this. Yeah, that's out. Okay, I'm trying to do my own core. Okay, there you go. So that's it. This is an idea. Always remember, Sionia, Google is your friend. Let's see here. Do you have any YouTube on time? No. Hard to see you drawing. No, I just gave you the link there, and so the link's in the chat. Sionia, will you give me that link? I gave you the link. What did you say? What? Will you give me that link? And is that for my geographical location or my body coordinates? No, that's not your body coordinates. That's your geographic location. You're talking about a zero time reference, and that's different. Everybody has a different zero time reference. Okay, and 18, Sionia, okay. 2, you answered already. All right, thank you, Chief. You're welcome. All right, so with that, that's it. We went very long on this. Yes, the Tep and Ra. Type your, because I can't, the other laptop's gone. So you're going to have to type your question or statement in there. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this here. Yeah, I said you muted your mic, so.
Okay. Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you. No, you're going to have to type.
Steve, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
I can hear you, Elder Tep and Ra. I can hear you, Aaron.
So we'll see what the recording is like since we got into this last part here.
Okay.
Continuously asking them and telling them what our priorities are. And then,
okay.
That's why this is one of the things when I do them open like this, it's always good for other people to have a recording in the event of. Aaron, Chief, what is the website to show the sun's apex? Google that one because there's different ones, and it's a zenith because in Baltimore, so say Baltimore zenith, that might come up on there. I'm not certain. Oh, before I forget, so this was the one I did for that guy from the Moor Science Temple. He got this, right? International Claim of Indigenous Land, UCC 1-202. Indigenous Land of Atlan, Turtle Island, the White House, March 17, 2009, Export Declaration. That's 2008. That's a typo, but that's minor. This structure with the geographic coordinates of 38 degrees 52 north latitude and 77 degrees 2 minutes and 12 seconds west long, and this land is indigenous property of the plenipotentiary of Atlan, Turtle Island, Nanyashabu LC, the website. And this was sent to the U.S. To Barack Obama. It was emailed to him, so they have knowledge of this. This is before Kanjorski came on the scene. The U.S. Department of the Interior knows about this. The White House is secure property on indigenous land. All corporate entities must vacate Atlan. No trespassers allowed. Then you saw that movie called White House Down.
Uh-huh.
Plenipotentiary of Atlan, May 23rd, 2009. That number 23, interesting. Now, this is our authority. Now, this was the fake one that they like to bootleg and retype up with no signature on it and then pass it off as if it's original. I do have one that the Prophet Noble Drew Ali signed from Cook County thanks to Sheikh Lovell. And I gave, acknowledged him. He didn't respond to me. He didn't act like I didn't exist, so it don't matter. So when you see all this stuff from Moor Science Temple, that is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. They got to have consent from me to operate, and they don't have it. So a letter of marque will be going out on all of those organizations. So they got 10 days after this gets up So this is all bogus because it's not signed. It's not an original, of course. However, that's what he had, and I accepted that. Now notice, this is the Divine Constitution and Bylaws. It's in a box. Maritime law. No contract, no constitution, no divine bylaws. Nothing. You tell me Taj doesn't know this? And then the U.S. Constitution is gone. United States of America, Inc. So when they say, well, remember, Moorish Science Temple of America, Inc., they're saying they're a fiction. There ain't nothing to brag about. Moorish Science Temple Incorporated, entity, corporation, entity type, religious, nonprofit, and they tax delinquent. They were delinquent. Here, I'll put the link in for those that don't have it, so you have it. This is where it was filed in Delaware. Incorporation date. And then Barack Obama says, well, we are out of money now. We are operating in deep deficits. This is on his interview he did on C-SPAN. So now when we go to the end here, this is the fax cover sheet. This shows it was faxed to the White House. 3:57, that's how long it took. 3 minutes and 57 seconds. And attention, U.S. President Barack Obama on the 24th of May. So they all know. And this is the last page, which was a quantum statement put on his export declaration. So he walked away from this. So that's it, but he's an agent anyway, so it don't matter. So with this here, that means all temples of the Moorish Science Temple are on Turtle Island and don't have any authority. This is before we got into Dun & Bradstreet. When we found all those Moorish Science Temples on Dun & Bradstreet, they got to join their masters in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, all of them. All right, I just saw your statement here. Satep and Ra, okay, had a great day at court yesterday with Kenny Ray. You taught him well. The judge was stunned. He knew about the QSIP. Much appreciated. Tawahat Jed Katur. Tawahat Jed Katur. Tawahat Jed Katur. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Zoom Hamudtud. Hamudtud ila antuk. Hamudtud ila antuk. Gratitude to you as well, Elder. And I'm glad. And that's the type of stuff that makes me happy when I hear they can go in front of these black robe priests, these chibarim is what they are called in Hebrew, and get these guys to back up. So now they have to reconsider, and that's what we're talking about. So that's greatly appreciated, Elder Satep and Ra. So with that, this is more than enough information and links to prove that the Moorish Science Temple is a fraud. Moorish Science Temple Incorporated is a fraud. Great Seal is a fraud. Shemaxim Moors, fraud. All of them are fraud. Unless they're talking about that standard from 181, claiming your indigenous standing in accord with international law, as we read the section with Malcolm X saying we got to go to human rights. You can't get human rights if you call yourself black. That's another reason, and why you have to do the SF 181, because the House Joint Resolution 194 allows you to claim your name and your heritage. So that means no judge can overrule that. That's quote-unquote law. They have to accept that HR 194 and your letters to the governor. And that's it. So this will be fantastic for the time being. And again, we're going to, how do we learn language, Chief? You can contact Sa-an, and Sa will give you all the information on language, and because we have language classes every Friday. So you can contact Sa, and she'll assist you in how you go about doing that. Oh, the RV Baleen. Yes, yes, Aaron. That's what before we go, let RV Bey know it's time to give up the keys, give up the symbols, give up the tools. Okay, I'm just letting that come up here, Aaron. That'll be the last one to show everybody for this shadow hour. We've been on here a long time. However, this is important because all these guys who are going out making these fraudulent claims are going to get called out on this. And this goes same thing with the new Black Panther Party. Anyone talking that black power stuff, black has no stand in that law. So if you're not going to talk about white power, then you are an agent. Straight up, you're working with the massa. And I'm talking about Professor Griff because Professor Griff is supposed to be Minister of Information from Public Enemy, and he ain't talking about this. And I met Griff. So cut the crap, Griff. You know who I am. I know you Blackfeet. You told me and Deani, so you know. Quit fronting. Where are we at here? Oh, I was double clicked. Oh, it's over here. I'm on the wrong side. I double clicked. Where's what happened to Aaron's link? Where's Aaron's link here? Okay, I double clicked it and it doesn't seem to be opening up just yet. So yeah, so there you go. His Excellency, Noble Prime Minister and Noble Senior and Queen Mother and HIRH, Empress Queen Alia, and I'm like, come on, this is all, come on, man. Quit playing an international law council, and y'all don't have a UPR against the UN? Pardon me, not against the UN, but against the United States? You don't have a complaint, a UPR, a shadow report, nothing? Come on, man, y'all playing. Negroes, quit. Take them fezzes off, you Negroes. Let's see, because it doesn't look like, I bet if I go off, your lien will pop up. Oh, see, just as I said that, here it comes. That's your link. Okay, this is the link to your filing for that UCC, Aaron. Yeah, I want everybody to see it because these are the people that talk so tough and they show they act like they have no fear, and then when you start dealing with them from an intellectual level, now they got nothing to say. Okay, yes, we want the whole world to see this. This is verified. This is published. Okay, hold on, I just got to move my box. Okay, State of Maryland, I hereby certify that this is a true and complete copy of the page document. I guess that's what, 5? Or document on file in this office, dated 2/24/16. Okay, a copy of 55-page document. State Department of Assessments and Taxation. RV Bey Publications, Rosemary Quarles, Rosmaria Bey. So for all y'all that know her out there, whether she's in Pleasantville, New Jersey, what have you, she's an absconding debtor. And the amount here, where is it in the collateral box? $36,720,000,000 in functional currency, gold and or silver equivalent by the ounce at the current market rate. Rosemary Quarles is the owner-operator of RV Bey Publications, Dun & Bradstreet number 029419048. RV Bey Publications and Rosemary Quarles are transmitting utilities and commerce for the benefit of the secure party that are effectively connected with the trade, business, and or exempt from tax corporation in the United States. 28 U.S.C. 3002, paragraph 15B. RV Bey Publications are in commercial dishonor for refusal of registered mail number RE 472-286-825 U.S. via United States Postal Service an absconding debtor on contract with secured party. See http scribe.com doc 242-7086-4/RV-Bay-in-publications-is-3-3-3-305 -3-502-3-505. Amendment to Certificate of Commercial Dishonor is attached to this UCC 1. Secured party has a secured interest in property. Done. This is how it is on this level. So just to let everybody know, the letter of marque will be issued. And again, my number for all those that I've mentioned that will be getting hit with that letter of marque the same time Taj is, my number is 1-587-712-0639. You can call me and we can discuss this privately about what you all are going to do about Taj Tarik Bey and others. If I don't get a phone call or no email, the email is atochthon19@gmail.com. That's AUTOCHON19@gmail.com. 10 days till the 29th. So you got till the 29th. After that, the letter of marque goes out. I'm just going to check to see if anyone put anything in the chat. All right. So with that, I give gratitude and appreciation to Grey Wolf, El Bey, Shira, El Barak, Aaron, everyone who appeared on here, and it shared their experiences with the world, because once I'm done this, it's getting published. Everyone's going to get a copy, so you can put it on your phone, put it on your webpage, everything. That's it. And this will show beyond a shadow of a doubt that everything's, it is what it is right now. That's it. These guys are charlatans, and these are Negroes damaging people, and they need to be held liable for this. And I'm going to make it a point and push to make sure that they're liable physically or etherically. The choice is theirs. So with that, Hotep ila Antutin, Nefir Ushat ila Antutin. This is our historical. Our time is now, and it's time for us to let the world know here in the West, not only to just North America, but also South America and the Caribbean, that we have to start being included in the decisions and not as puppets. And this will be international legal knowledge as well. Hotep il Antutin, Nefir Ushat ila Antutin, Abyud Gadur, Abyud Gadur, Abyud Gadur. White power, white power, white power.
Abdur Gadur, Abdur Gadur, Abdur Gadur. White power, white power, white power.
White power. White power.
Yep.
Right now.